Well, welcome everybody here to Bark River, Michigan. It's the Throwdown in the UP, day number 2 here in far northern Michigan. Myself, Scott Rain, along with Robbie. You're going to sneak in here a little bit, help us out here with the Sportsman this afternoon, I hope?
Oh, I am. I guess I can for a little bit, but yeah, fine. Yeah, I think we're in Upper Michigan, but they call this Central Upper Michigan, if that makes any sense. It's a long ways up here, is all I know.
It's what, about a little over 2 hour drive from Green Bay. So all I know is you pass a little geographical marker that says you are now exactly halfway between the equator and the North Pole. So we're up there quite a ways, and what a beautiful area. You can see just for miles on the horizon across this racetrack. Everything is so green and beautiful. Mosquitoes not so bad today.
No, really good.
I know that was the big thing this weekend leading up to it. The last couple weeks, the mosquitoes have been horrible up here.
When you have a 20-mile-an-hour wind, it's hard for them little suckers to keep flying around.
Oh, yeah,
so.
they're probably perched someplace in a tree, winded right now. But fantastic racing yesterday. But in both divisions, this is the first weekend where the Sportsman Series of the Motor Organization as well as the Pro Series have been running together on the same weekend. So it's been really fun to have the whole group of off-road racers back here together again.
Yeah, and I got to see firsthand what it's like to be a regional racer. You know, my foray into off-road racing was just been the first 2 stops, and it's been all about pros, Pro Light, Pro 2, Pro 4. And I'll get to jump in with you a little bit later on that. But getting to see the sportsman class, the buggies, and the multitude of buggy classes, the UTVs, the little kid carts that they have out there. I mean, it's pretty cool. When I put this on Instagram the other day. I was like, anytime I can see a Cutlass Supreme race against a Bronco and hitting jumps, it's a good day.
Yeah, it's out of the Classics division, and you know they call it Class 6, but somehow they did a play on words and called it Classic. Yeah. So it's a sedan class, and they basically throw a oil cage in it, maybe beef up the motor a little bit, and throw like 6 shocks per corner.
But don't think they don't get it on the track.
Oh no, man! Some of these guys are pretty stout.
We won't see any of that class today, but there are other sportsman classes we'll be watching. They're doing some track prep right now, as you see all the Caterpillar equipment out there working in. We just had very few practices, 1 qualifying session, but it's all the pre-show event. Now it gets down to the racing.
Yeah, it's like you say, the track preparation is like second to none here. Perfect conditions this afternoon, or I should say this morning for practice. So the lap times were really, really stout. Jeff Nordstrom and the guys, our track builder for the TORC series, has been here for about a week and a half, and he actually built up some of these jumps, put a little kicker in them or a little bit of a lip. So we're seeing a little bit more air, especially off this Boss Snowplow tabletop finish line jump. And they're averaging, I'd say, right around 150 to 175 feet during racing conditions off of the Cooper Tire Hill. So this has been a great racetrack. And kudos to the whole Lions Club organization, because in theory, this was not on the schedule to begin the season. So they threw this thing together in about 4 weeks when they made the announcement when we had to cancel St. Louis due to track conditions there.
We were supposed to be, I think, in Gateway Park is what they call it, and I think it's a flood basin, and they got a lot of rain through the Midwest. And actually, when I looked at the weather when I was in Escanaba heading this way, and it looked like all through the Midwest, there's major storms, and there's actually a chance of rain today. We look around, and you're not seeing any rain-type clouds. It's blue skies, kind of wispy clouds, but the wind is rolling in. It's a little bit cooler, so there may be a possibility we'll see different kind of racing conditions today. But if we were racing in St. Louis, it looks like it'd be a wet one.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is different today than we had yesterday. Predominantly the wind blows from the west, and that big Cooper Tire Hill, when they hit that thing, they're actually jumping into the wind going downhill. So there's a huge tendency to have get wind underneath these, air underneath these trucks and kind of flip them up backwards. Well, today it's a little bit different. It looks like the wind is blowing from the
south is what they said it would be.
Southeast.
Yes.
And that could, you know, the track is only so wide at the landing part of that downhill jump, so it could carry these trucks off to the side a little bit, and that's happened before.
What do they call it in airplanes? Yaw? When they start, you know,
it'll
the back
be
end starts
shocking,
going. Yeah.
With these guys coming down here, and there are more than a few times over the years that guys have actually jumped off to the side of that hill, and hasn't been real good landing.
We have, I think, the world's largest Husqvarna lawnmower. We hope it does not take off and catch flight to Escanaba this afternoon. I think it looks like our Traxxas truck. That is also another big inflatable. It looks like they are either deflated it or they're going ahead and staking it down, because it is breezy here, 10 to 20 miles an hour pretty consistently. But I think I heard that they're going to have wind gusts up to 35 miles an hour. So you do not want to see that big Husqvarna lawnmower going 35 miles an hour on its way to Escanaba.
Oh, yeah, it was. You mentioned the Traxxas inflatable truck. That thing was doing wheelies this morning, being picked up by the wind. And I think it was last year at Eldora. it was fully inflated, came unstaked, and actually barrel rolled all the way across the racetrack, and the crowd got a big kick out of that. But before we go any further, let's talk about some of the people behind the scenes that help bring the TORC series here to Bark River, as well as all the racetracks across the country. And first and foremost, we got to talk about AMSOIL. It's the official oil of the TORC series. Whether you drive off-road, on-road, on the trail, or on the water, AMSOIL is for any engine. Visit AMSOIL.com to learn more. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. And if you operate skid steers, wheel loaders, bulldozers, or backhoes, if so, do what TORC does. Rent or buy dependable CAT equipment and generators. With a location near you, Caterpillar offers the most productive and fuel-efficient equipment on the market today, and also at a price you can afford. And Cooper Tire is the official series partner of the TORC Off-Road Championship Series. Stop by the Cooper Tire display where you can win free t-shirts, hats, backpacks, and more. You can also win a set of Cooper Tires by following all the live updates on Twitter at Cooper Tire. It's all brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. And, you know, it's been really, I love these guys. This company has jumped on board into off-road as the industry a little bit last year and kind of jumped in headfirst in the off-road pool this year, and that's Husqvarna. Husqvarna is the world's largest producer of outdoor power products. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, and zero turns. Husqvarna has everything you need to get the job done. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. So, yeah, some non-endemic companies getting involved in off-road. Husqvarna leading that parade. It's really cool to see those guys. And the thing is, when those executives come to the races, they have an absolute blast.
Right, they were the sponsor of the Charlotte event. They came out in a big way, and they actually have a nice 18-wheeler back here hauling a couple of trucks as well, giving back to not only the event, but the racers themselves and Mr. Johnson, or the Johnsons.
Yeah, Gary gets a big, I say Papa Johnson. Gary has a blast driving that rig again. He's been doing that for a long, long, long time. He used to be a truck driver for BF Goodrich back in the day, going down to Mexico and with the sponsored racers down there with the BFG semi. And to be able to drive your kid's own rig down the highway,
that's cool.
He's happy to do it. He's proud to do it. And what's really neat is talking to Jarrett and Jesse. They absolutely, that probably gives them a bigger kick watching their dad drive that rig down the highway than it is for them to even be on the racetrack.
And speaking of that, and it being Father's Day today, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. I know you are one, I'm one as well. I'd like to say happy Father's Day to my father, who's going to watch my son play baseball in Texas, and I'm not able to be there.
Oh, by the way, I want to give a big shout out to you. Kudos to you. You talked to your son this morning.
Yeah,
kind of getting him all psyched up and ready to play baseball this afternoon.
Right. Yeah,
so that's pretty neat.
Yeah, when I'm in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and I have my son playing at an all-star baseball game today, it hurts a little bit, but I mean it's part of the job. He understands it, and he'll probably be watching online a little bit later. But same with you, and I mean it's a special day for all the dads. I got to meet Ricky Johnson. Introduced me to a gentleman yesterday, and I shook his hand on a golf cart, and he was a friend of mine's dad, and I had no idea, and it's Brock Glover, the motocross national champion. Brock Glover's dad's here. I guess Brock must be from here, and never knew that. I always think of him as a golden boy, but it's just cool to know that that's the man that helped make Brock Glover. You know, like for every son, there's a father that got him there.
Yeah, and you know, I want to wish happy Father's Day to my dad too. I know where he's at right now. He's on a little lake someplace, probably about 100 miles from here.
That's good.
Just pan fishing, just sitting back, enjoying the latter years of his life and doing exactly what he wants to do. Get away from people. It's me, it's his dog, and he's fishing. So happy Father's Day, Dad. I know you're not watching, but you're doing exactly what you want to do, and kudos for that.
You know, this is off-road country, but I knew Escanaba and Little and Big Bay to Knox is a big, fishing industry. I think I need to maybe bring Dad here next year and go up there and make it a fishing expedition. Make it a whole family thing. Let him watch racing. He loves racing. Maybe I can get him to come up here next year and watch some racing as well as a Father's Day if it's around the same time.
You know who else is from Escanaba? Big name movie star?
Who's that?
Jeff Daniels.
Really?
He actually
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah. You ever remember that movie Escanaba in the Moonlight?
No, I did not.
Yeah,
I did not remember that
Yeah,
one.
it was in the theaters. It was filmed here.
No way.
Based around deer camp.
It is, for those of you watching around the world, welcome. And it's not just a U.S. Contingent here and fans that are watching. It's people around the world because it's, midday in Europe or later on in the afternoon in Europe already right now. But we're in the upper part of the United States, and things are a little different here. They call them UPers, or UP, the Upper Peninsula, because Michigan is a lower and an upper portion of the state, you know, with a Great Lake right in between. And things are a little different around here. You know, I'm hearing commercials about the big Trapper convention, you know, coming up. And it is a different mindset, you know, from, hey, ladies, you want to take a vacation to Chicago? You can come and check out the, you know, the hunting and fishing expo. And it is awesome because, I mean, I'm from Texas and I see it. But they do have a different mindset, but they love their off-road racing. We had a large crowd out here yesterday. We expect more today. I know it is Father's Day. It's tough, and it's Sunday. But we still expect a lot of people coming out here watching these drivers.
Oh, this is something that, you know, people plan weddings a year, 2 years out. Well, they also plan their vacations. In this area, the people plan their vacations around the 2 race weekends here at Bark River. They kind of go from Wednesday to Wednesday with the race weekend sandwiched right there in the middle. And this is a destination event for these people.
For sure.
So, and it goes all the way south to the Milwaukee area over to Minneapolis. The race fans come from the fan base is such a huge circle that geographically they come to this area. So this is one of probably 2 of the premier off-road racetracks in the country. And for any off-road race fan, whether it be desert or short course, no matter where they live in the country, no matter where they race, Bark River and Crandon are on the bucket list. These are one of the 2. If you're an off-road race fan, Crandon and Bark River are the 2 bucket list locations that you have to go to sometime in your life.
It's about to be Sturgis.
Yeah.
Sturgis is about to be a bucket list off-road event as well.
I've never been there, and I'm starting to get kind of amped up about it a little bit.
Yeah, I know. That is going to be cool. You know, we started off in Primm, Nevada. Totally different than what we're at right now, although there is dirt. That's about the great equalizer there.
Did you see anything green besides like the carpeting in the casino?
Other than what they watered for the golf courses over there. But yeah, we started at Primm, then we went to the middle, like a half-mile oval dirt track in Charlotte, just outside of Charlotte Motor Speedway, and now we're here. And I'm looking forward to you know, Crandon. When you fly to Crandon, you fly into the same airport for us. So, you know, Green Bay. We're going to be taking 4 trips into Green Bay. And as a Cowboy fan, it really kind of upsets me looking over there at the.
Wait! Did you just say that?
Yeah, as a Cowboy fan, you know, it kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth when I look over and I see Lambeau Field. But it is a nice facility. They think a little too much of that field. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it's really cool being up here around all the cheese.
I will not take that personally.
Yeah, good. You should. What cheese curds? Big, very big here. I don't know that I want to see it at every convenience store right there, but yeah, cheese curds are a hot item.
I will be bringing a fresh bag for you for Crandon.
And they flavor the curds, I guess, as well.
Well, you can, yeah, but there's nothing like something that's like really fresh where it squeaks on you.
So if it's not cheese, is it? I mean, it's cheese.
Yeah.
But why is curd? Is it like that?
It's a byproduct. It kind of floats to the top, and
don't they have a name for that? Isn't that called cottage cheese?
That's a whole different. I don't understand. I don't know the process of how that all works.
Or yogurt.
I'm not a.
I don't know. Cheese curds.
I got an uncle that's a dairy farmer, but I leave it at that.
We need to ask him. We need to ask him. That's another conversation. Yeah.
Well, whether you're an outdoorsman or not, I'm sure just about everybody around here's got a GoPro camera. So if you've ever wanted to enjoy your GoPro footage on the biggest screen in your house, well, now you can with a WD-TV media player. You can stream from your GoPro, USB drive, or any computer on your network and instantly enjoy your videos and photos on your TV. WD, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I thought you did that. I thought you were doing the GoPro, and then I saw the Western Digital. You know, I have a GoPro. I have a GoPro too. Do you have one yet?
I got one of the original ones.
You need to start. Now that you have a horse, I heard you have a horse. You need to start GoProing the family with the horse on the GoPro.
I'll GoPro my wife with the horse. You can GoPro me cleaning the corral, but that's about it.
Hey, that's a whole nother story. Yeah, you can put the GoPro on the shovel and just get it what it's like for you going around there.
That's pretty much what it is for me. But no, also one of the companies behind the scenes is MagnaFlow. They're proud to be the official exhaust sponsor of the TORC Off-Road Series. At MagnaFlow, they are dedicated to building durable, quality products manufactured in the USA. In fact, in Oceanside, California, by the way, is the manufacturer plant, is where I live. With the cutting-edge technology and premium components, they produce exhaust systems that perform and sound great whatever you drive. Join Team MagnaFlow on Facebook and Twitter, and stop by the MagnaFlow rig at your next race to find out and buy a high-performance exhaust for your vehicle. And don't forget about Maxxis tires. They are trusted by TORC champions because their products take drivers to the podium year after year. And for your chance to win a signed Maxxis hat, text Maxxis to the number 56938. Grab your smartphone right now and dial 56938 and text the word Maxxis. Don't forget to follow Maxxis Tires on Facebook and Instagram for future announcements and promotional items. Good luck, and thank you to Maxxis here this weekend. And also fueling Torque this weekend is Nitto Tires. Come visit Nitto's booth to check out their full line of Grappler Series light truck tires and receive your free Nitto drawstring backpacks. Nitto Tires, fueled by enthusiasts. And also Peak Performance Antifreeze and Coolant, the official antifreeze and coolant of the Torque Series. American owned with more than 65 years of hot and cold protection. Peak is right for your ride and your wallet. Peak, run true. Well, still they're doing a lot more work on this track than I thought they'd be.
Hey, maybe they won't have to do as much later on. There's our Traxxas RC car inflatable. They're one of our sponsors here, and they have a permanent Traxxas track here. In case you didn't hear the show yesterday, they have a permanent little RC car track. This stays here. Nice little observation booth up there for the drivers.
Where do you see the track, the RC track at Crandon?
They got one too?
It's an exact miniature replica
of that track
of Crandon.
Shut up.
And it's got a rock waterfalls and everything.
Oh, that's awesome.
All part of the RC track, which is really, really neat. And they run weekly races, I believe, or monthly races there.
That's
big,
cool.
huge sanction thing, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, there you see some of the sportsman classes look a little different than what we've seen on
Super Stock Boys.
TORC, yeah, the TORC series, but I'm seeing regular metal bodies on some of them. I think that one maybe.
Yeah, I think he's actually running some actual steel factory and fiberglass. So that's just a few of the entries coming up in what I believe is being called the heavy metal challenge. So it's a couple of different. As long as it's a truck, you can run in this challenge race. So
who are they challenging?
Each other, different classes. I think they all kind of threw $5 in a hat and stirred it up a little bit, and whoever wins gets the hat and the bucks.
Whoever gets the most dirt in their teeth wins, because I mean, there's a high roost factor
here
at this track. I mean, you are going to be eating some dirt if you're up on somebody's business. But that's part of racing, right? And don't follow their line.
And don't forget, we'll be coming back here later on this summer, in a month or so.
Month 17th, right around July 17th.
Yeah. We'll be coming back here again, and that's the big week. That's the big weekend to be here. Traditionally, we come here that same weekend every single year, and this place just absolutely is packed. It's a fun-packed 3 full days of racing. Big, huge celebration, parties, live music up on top of the hill here at night. It's just, again, one of those bucket list items you have to experience. So
I will.
Come on back here. Thank you, Allison.
I'll get some rundown stuff.
Pro Light starting grid. We had qualifying this morning. Jared Brooks once again sets fast time, our current points leader. And
Randy Eller just scratched 2 seconds ago. So that's
Happy Father's Day, Randy Eller scratches in Pro Light. Well, they did a sun drive the truck yesterday, so Colby probably trashed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, Dad. Here's your junk truck.
Yeah, here.
Pro Light.
if What time was? Yeah, we're actually talking to the rest of the world right now. But we always come on in. Let's
we're
bring
live.
you in.
Hi, Allison.
But it's okay. You can hear her in the background. They do autograph signings here. What time is it today? At 11:45 local for those of you watching
the merchandise trailer
online. They at each one of the TORC the Off-Road Championship events, they actually have autograph signings. So you get to see them out on the track, but you also get autographs and maybe buy one of the RC trucks or shirts, hats, sweatshirts, whatever, and get the guys to sign it while you're there.
Yeah, I gotta take a step back and go to how we started the show with thanking some of our listeners, and right now I want to talk to the service people overseas or wherever they're serving or stationed serving our country. Once you get home, if you're relatively close to where we're at, please come to one of the races. Check our schedule. Go to torcseries.com. Look on the schedule there. See if we're coming anywhere near your home. And please come to a race and let us know that you're there and introduce yourself to us, and we'll make sure that you're recognized. And we would love to have you there. And once again, to all the fathers that can't be home, and the mothers, mothers as well. But today is about the fathers. So if you're serving our country, no matter where you're stationed, and you can't be home, so thank you for what you're doing, serving our country, and happy Father's Day. And we wish you could be with your kids, but it won't be long, and everybody will be home. So happy Father's Day to them. And thank you for our service. But sounds like we're on live here at the racetrack right now. So once again, I want to let everybody know here at Park River International Off-Road Raceway that we are live on the web. We are broadcasting globally right now. We have been for about 10, 15 minutes now. So We want to thank everybody for showing up this early in the morning. We got a chance to watch some of the practice, some of the qualifying. It looks like the guys are doing a little bit of work on the racetrack, specifically these 2 jumps over here to the left, which has kind of been tricky for some of the guys. It looks like they're building up the first part of the jump, the first jump, and kind of leveling the second one just a little bit.
I think as they're landing, so sideways somewhat. We saw one flat or one roll off the bead yesterday in that section. But, yeah, if they're doing that and cutting down the second one, I think they're just trying to keep them from swapping out.
Yeah, and some of the guys were lawn darting pretty hard in there too. So,
but today there seems to be more traction. The turn or the first double that you face after the first turn, after that left-hand second turn, they're definitely clearing that double today. Even in the Pro 2, the Pro 4 are clearing it. The lights not so much, but the 2s and 4s are. So they're getting a little bit better traction, a little bit better drive, so you can land the downside instead of having to face those jumps.
Yeah, since we're here at Park River, I feel compelled by a hand on my shoulder right now that we got to mention some of the things going on here locally. And one of the coolest things I got going on year after year and is that 50-50 raffle. And yeah, it's
$20-something hundred yesterday was the 50 portion of it. Yeah, 28-22.
Yeah, and that goes home to the winner. That's not split between the club and
somebody with Boss Snowplow actually won. He had I think 10 tickets in front of him, and it was one of those. He's like, "Is this it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, that was a pretty good. You spend $10 to win $2,822."
Oh yeah, last year I think the winner was a $5,000, $5,200 last year on Sunday. Yeah, so it's anyways. My point is, make sure and stop and get one of those 50-50 tickets. I know they got a booth set up. Plus, they got some people walking around the hill. No, they don't. Oh, everybody's off for Father's Day. So if you want your shot at that 50-50, you got to go up to the booth.
Oh, gotcha. No
and
rovers.
You're right next to where they're having that gun raffle, too.
No rovers.
Yeah, no roamers.
We're getting heckled already this early in the morning.
All right. Do I even go there?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Richie, do I even go there?
I mean, you got to start off. I mean, we don't have a comedy routine, but we already have the hecklers.
Well, Richie Kuloff over there he tagged me last year with a nickname, and it kind of went from this person, stuck to them, went to the next person, stuck with them, and now I think all of Crandon and all the USAC officials are calling me Jabberjaws. You remember that?
Or just Jaws is for short. Hey, Jaws.
No, Jabber.
Yeah. Well, I know the Jabber. You put emphasis on the Jabber. They can just call you Jaws.
And he's trying to
talk.
You know the Jabberjaws, the cartoon from years ago, that shark.
Yeah.
He's trying to get me to get the little cartoon logo embroidered on my collar.
Right, like Dirt Shark.
Oh, I'm not doing a tattoo. That hurts. No tattoos.
Yeah.
But thanks, Rich. No, he's got half a Crandon calling me Jabber. Thanks, man.
Hey,
I'm getting emails instead of saying Scott, comma, da-da-da-da-da. No, it's Jabber, comma. I'm getting emails like that.
I don't know where that came about. That's just crazy. That's weird, wild stuff. Seen a lot of Caterpillar equipment still out there. They are the official dirt working provider of TORC the Off-Road Championship, and you have people who run skid steers and front end loaders, back hose, front hose. I don't care what hose that you're using. They have some good equipment, and I'm seeing everything from a road grader in one section, road grader, a dirt pusher, and one with a big bucket on it in that one section. You're talking about the second set of doubles, and for them to turn this track over so fast in between the lights, the two-wheel drives, and the fours, you have to have good stuff. And they do have some awesome equipment here. I mean, if you're into dirt and off-road stuff like that, you respect the dirt. You look at it and go, man, that's some nice dirt. You also look at the equipment going, if I just had that skid steer at home, or if I just had that track loader.
Oh, Cat's got some crazy technology now. I mean, I haven't had a chance to actually look at these things up close and personal, but I've been told that, talking to Jeff, that on some of these dozers, this new equipment, you can program.
You said like lasers and stuff for GPS.
Lasers and all that kind of stuff. They GPS it, and you can program the thing sitting next to you on your seat, and you just hit start, and it does it for you. And you get out, and you take a look, and it's absolutely laser perfect. So, I mean, the technology of these things is absolutely nuts. I can't imagine what the price tag would be on something like this. I would love to see. I'm sure you could get inside there. It's carpeted and air conditioned, and you got like the Captain Kirk captain's chair sitting in there. That'd be kind of neat to see. But Jeff Nordstrom's really been doing a lot of work with Caterpillar over the last 3 race weekends, and he probably knows these things better than anybody right now.
I do a lot of work with or some of my supercross and motocross friends too, because for every motocross and supercross track, there's equipment that built it. Just like, you know, in this industry, it's good to see good equipment. Thank them for being the provider. I was going to say we're about to probably take a step away for a minute, let it breathe as I see the pace truck go out, so we're almost ready, I guess, for the sportsman class. And how come I still haven't gotten a ride?
Is that Richie? He just left here. He's already down on the track in the two-seater?
Yeah.
He does not run that fast. He does not run.
No, it was downhill. It was downhill.
He just, okay, yeah.
He might have rolled.
Gravity.
He might have rolled.
Yeah, gravity.
Might have rolled.
He's got more time in that truck than anybody, I think.
Yeah, I need more time. I still haven't been around this track, so when Richie comes back up here, I need to hop in that thing. And throughout the day also, they do offer ride-arounds, not drive-arounds, but ride-arounds around the track here at Bark River and all of our stops throughout the day. And want to remind everyone that we have certain giveaways and promotions throughout the afternoon as well. Whatever you're doing, whether it be Twitter, Facebook, and stuff, make sure you put hashtag TORC, hashtag TORC. You know, the ride-along. If you could ride around this track here, you can text the word text TORC, T-O-R-C, to 56938. So 56938. That's always going to be the number. 56938. Remember it. 56938. And then this time, text the word TORC. The next time you're texting 56938, text the word Maxxis2, M-A-X-X-I-S, the tire, you know, number 2, but not the number sign. M-A-X-X-I-S-2. And you win a signed Maxxis hat autographed by the drivers. I'm having a hard time with the M-A-X-X-I-S. That's like I was saying Mississippi. M-A-X-X-I-S-2. Say it fast. I mean, you start getting in that Mississippi mode.
I already screw up too much stuff. I don't mean doing that too.
I screwed up yesterday often.
Are we gonna pick on Chad Horton all today?
We should. I mean, he picked on himself even yesterday.
We tried to rip off his skirt yesterday.
He
Remember
tried.
that?
Was it Chad that had the skirt or Chinny? I thought it was
Chad.
Oh, was it Chad that took off his skirt?
Those are his words. Those are his words.
Well, he said he was having a problem with this skirt in the first part of the race, and obviously it was causing some major fogging. So evidently the key to victory is take your skirt off for the second half of the race. And those are words to live by, ladies and gentlemen, on TORC the Off-Road Championship. Make sure you take your skirt off after the competition yellow. In case you're wondering what a skirt is, it's the little dangling part below the helmet that keeps all that roost and everything. But it also,
that little dangling part?
Yeah, that little dangling part that hangs below the little nice cover that keeps roost out of your helmet. But it also will cause a lot of fogging action if the temperature's just right. And there's nothing worse than having to raise, the visor to clear the fogging and have dirt roost hit you in the face. It's not a problem.
Are you a pretty good swimmer? Because that was a heck of a backstroke.
No, I can do it. I'm all over the place. I'm freestyle the whole time.
Meanwhile, Husqvarna is celebrating 325 years of innovation this year. Over the course of their history, they've made weapons, sewing machines, motorcycles, and outdoor power equipment. Trust Husqvarna to provide you the most efficient, durable, and ergonomically designed products on the market today. Stop by Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment.
I'm impressed on your ergonomically right there. That really did impress me.
I had to stop and then concentrate for that split second.
I mean, it really fits your body. It fits well to the way that the human body's built, ergonomically. Yeah.
Also, Western Digital. Have you ever wanted to enjoy your GoPro footage on the biggest screen in the house? Well, now you can. With the WD-TV Media Player, you can stream from your GoPro, USB drive, or any computer in your network and instantly enjoy your videos and photos on your TV. WD, absolutely, Western Digital.
The condors are out. The mosquitoes are starting to the wind dip down.
And Blue Def. There's a lot of people that run diesels up here, so the official diesel exhaust fluid of the TORC series and the nation's #1 selling DEF brand. Available in over 25,000 retail locations, Blue Def is the only brand to trust in your SCR-equipped diesel car or truck. And let's see.
I never heard exhaust fluid till I went to the TORC Championship, so that was awesome. Awesome sauce.
Experience extreme radio control excitement with Traxxas. Traxxas offers nitro power, electric power, and the tire-melting X01 supercar with a top speed over 100 miles an hour. Traxxas is the fastest name in radio control. Traxxas trucks are ready to race with no assembly required. See action-packed videos and the full product lineup at Traxxas.com. That's TRAXXAS.com. Traxxas trucks, cars, boats, and helicopters are available at hobby stores worldwide. Whether you're a sponsor, pro, or weekend warrior, VP Racing Fuels are purpose-built to grab the lead and keep you there. Extreme off-road conditions bring out the best in VP. VP Fuels makes more power and more consistent, and they're easy to find. For more information, visit vpracingfuels.com.
Nothing like a good smell of VP Racing Fuels in the morning out of whatever engine. I don't care if it's your lawnmower, line trimmer, car, or truck.
The cologne of choice by Robbie Floyd.
Oh, man. I mean, as a racer, honestly, it doesn't get any better than waking up on a Sunday morning and smelling race gas.
And I got one more.
What's that?
Okay, Rugged Radios is the #1 source for racing communications.
They're good too.
From headsets, two-way radios, and receivers, Rugged Radios has all the equipment needed to take your team to the podium.
I use those.
Yeah?
I use the Rugged Radios. You told me about them. You tried giving me the 411 on them. I'm like, I have one.
Oh.
I have them for my kids. I use them for their go-kart racing. I suggest if you're getting into racing, that's something at the lowest level. They're very cheap, $100, $150. You're hooked up like a tow truck. But the Rugged Radios, literally, you can talk to your kid while they're out there on the track. They don't necessarily talk back to you, which is a great thing. But you can talk to them over the engine noise and everything else.
Thing.
Yeah, and it works super good. And you can use those radios to listen in on the other drivers, their radios, whether it be NASCAR, IndyCar, or off-road stuff. So I think.
And you can use it at home. Put the headset on your son while it cuts the grass, and you can stay in the house.
Tell him how to do it.
Hey, you missed a spot, from while you sit at the house.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you told me you had a hard time watching your wife mow the lawn, so you shut the windows. I heard you say that the other day.
My wife does not touch the lawn. She doesn't touch the mower. She just doesn't touch.
Yeah.
I hope she's not listening.
That makes two of us.
I know she's awake, but I hope she's not. I hope she's at the horse.
So we're holding off for the Sportsman Cup Challenge. I guess they're going to be one of our races. How many different amateur races or sportsman type races do we have today? I know
we got the Super
YouTube.
Buggies coming out. They'll be racing today.
Okay.
And then we've got the Sportsman Challenge.
Okay.
And
we saw UTVs, a couple of UTVs. I think at the end of the day, we're going to bring out the little guys again, right?
Yeah, we'll be coming out here with the short course carts and giving the kids a chance to run in front of a crowd. So if you want to see something really cool and basically the future of our sport, they'll be coming out here, ages 6 to 12, I believe it was. And is there 8 or 9 of the carts now out here running. And Chad Hord's going to have one of his daughters out there. A couple of races. Also, give us your best shot here this afternoon. Get out that smartphone and take a picture of the racetrack, your favorite racer back in the pits, your buddies up here in the stands, your family, your dad. It's Father's Day. Take a picture of your dad and put it on Instagram and wish him a happy Father's Day. Either tweet it or Instagram it and hashtag TORC, T-O-R-C, hashtag TORC, everything.
I Facebook it too. I throw them all there together. I Instagram it and I tie it into my Twitter and my Facebook. And as long as I throw hashtag TORC, I'm good.
And if you got cell reception up here, let me know where it's at so I can go stand in that same spot.
It took me four tries to get a text out just a moment ago, and I finally did. But yeah, make sure you put hashtag TORC. That's the little number sign, as Scott calls it, number sign TORC.
No, it's a pound sign.
Oh, pound, yeah. And the ampersand is the other.
I don't know what that
asterisk.
is. Yeah, I know what that is.
I think it's either that or the other. I'll have to look that up.
I skipped class that day. They were teaching it. I don't remember that at all.
But some of the fans starting to show up out here on the lawn, kicking back. And the best seat in the house is that upper right corner of the stands, because you can see not only what's going on in front of you, but over to the right and back and see all portions of the course. So that portion of the stands fills up quick. I don't blame them for getting here early to get in that spot. The Miss TORC model search, we had some hot models behind us here yesterday we got to see on camera. But you can show us why you should be Miss TORC 2015. Not the 14 edition, but the 2015. Grand prize is $2,500. Go to torqueseries.com/MissTorque. And you don't want to miss that. For $2,500, you could be crowned Miss TORC 2015, where I will be an official judge with BJ Burtwell. I haven't talked to him about it, but I'm sure he's okay with it. There's the merchandise and stuff that they have, and some of our vendors here.
There's Tim and Timmery from Racing Dirty. Some of our official apparel up there. Very cool.
Yep. And they have quite an array of stuff from shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and glasses. I think I see the TORC merch truck behind it as well. Maybe you can get autographs from some of the ladies there. I'm not sure. Were those Monster Girls that were here behind us today, or Traxxas girls, or
Traxxas? Yep, Traxxas
Taylor
ladies.
and Taylor Snyder, who is also in charge of the Tracks Girls. She's going to be our field reporter today for today's shows. Her sister, Kelly, was here yesterday. Look at that truck you see right there. That is a Chevy truck making its way up. Very wet conditions because they just watered it. So they're trying to hold in a lot of moisture. These sportsmen are going to start out and they're going to get muddy, but they're trying to go ahead and throw down that water now so they don't have to chase it later.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready for opening ceremonies in just a moment as the trucks are coming up here. The USAC guys are very much the sticklers about opening ceremonies and doing it the right way and paying the proper respects to both our service people and our country. So it looks like we're just a couple moments away from opening ceremonies. Our anthem singer has just walked up, so once again, please come up your seats so we get ready to start our opening ceremonies in just a couple of moments. With that being said, we'll be back in just a little bit. I know.
Protecting our freedom. Plowing their driveway is the least we can do. For more
Looks like we're getting pretty close to opening ceremonies. They're up here talking about it right now. She's right at the end of the deck, almost above your head. She's wearing the yellow jacket. Well, once again, everybody, welcome back here to gorgeous Bark River, Michigan, here up in the middle. What do we call it, this north central part? Central northern Michigan, the part of the UP, and we're here for round 6 of the TORC Off-Road Championship Series presented by Amsoil, and it is a Boss Snowplow Island Resort Casino, UP Off-Road 100, and it is also known as the Throwdown in the UP here in 2014. We've had a great racing yesterday. We're going to have a lot more this afternoon, but we want to know something before we get going. One of the coolest things about the day is opening ceremonies, without a doubt. And this is where we get a chance to recognize the people. A lot of them are listening overseas. Wherever they're stationed, this is all about them right now. And ladies and gentlemen, we did a little bit of it yesterday. We need to do more of it today. So if you have in the past or are currently serving in any armed forces, please stand up. If you're in the crowd, please stand up and remain standing. If you served as a police officer, EMT, or fireman, right now, please stand up and join our service people. Now, Bark River, look around you. These are your friends, your neighbors, your relatives. These are the true American heroes. So right now, how about a round of applause, Bark River style, of appreciation for everyone serving our country in any facet. Thank you so much. Now it's that time. We're going to hear the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world, our very own national anthem. And today, this weekend, is for her first time ever this weekend. She's from Bark River. She's never sung it here before. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you one of your own, Kendra Kleiman.
The twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof
getting ready to turn on, it sounds like. Once again, we're back here at Park River, Michigan at the throwdown in the UP. We had to shut down just for a moment so we could do some TV interviews and such. I want to let everybody know right now we've got our pro drivers at the merchandise stands getting ready for autographs. So if you want to meet these guys up close and personal, they're right there by the TORC merchandise stands, right across from the beer stand. So parents can go one way, the kids can go the other, kind of thing, you know. But all our drivers are up there right now signing autographs. So
oh, yeah. I thought I was like, except for this one driver on the track right now, I'm not sure what's going on there. And there goes your sheets.
Oh, well.
Hang on, I'll go grab them.
That's and it looks like the challenge race has started. Here's our lineup. We've got the super stocks out there of Mitch Dorr, Larry McKasick, Gatlin Keener, Rob LeGrand, and Troy Shaden. And we got the classics of Charlie Wilson, Dan Badeau's out there, as well as Al Drews and Kevin Hanegraaff. So Charlie Wilson's the truck out front right now. Here comes Mitch Dorr right behind him. It's the 851 of Larry McKasick. Gatlin Keener right behind him, and here comes, that would be Kevin Hanegraaff coming through turn 1 right now. And then here comes the two trucks of Dan Badeau and Al Drews in Limited 4 and Formula 4x4, I believe it is. Hanegraaff going by the bus, no plow finish line. Here comes Dan Badeau and Al Drews waiting for our overall leader right now, coming towards
So
the
when
Cooper Tire Hill.
when I went to grab your sheets, they started the race. Did they start them in different sections in different class?
Yeah, it was a staggered start. Right now,
Okay.
Mitch Dorr's got the overall lead, so we got a brand new leader, Mitch Dorr, running up front. He's in that black and white 897. Yeah, as you can tell, different classes. We got 4 different classes of vehicles out there. So that was the reason for the staggered start. Brand new truck for Mitch Dorr. Was on the podium here this weekend in his class race. Larry McKasick running in second. Gatlin Keener running in third. Charlie Wilson running in that 4th spot, but it looks like he's kind of pulling up the side and going up in smoke. All of a sudden, kapow! Up in smoke he goes.
Not so good for that young man.
Should have left it on the trailer.
He's going to have to take it back to Valley Garage. Definitely. That's one of his sponsors, I'm guessing. I was looking to see.
Oh, jeez.
Swamp Creek Antiques. And she
Paul
is an
Elby,
antique.
Swamp Creek. That's in Crandon.
Oh, you've been there.
Oh yeah, I've been to that store even. Sorry, Paul, you didn't quite pull it off. But here we go. Continue on with the Sportsman Cup Challenge. Al Drews crossing the line. Overall leader right now and leading in the super stock is Mitch Dorr in that black and white Ford. McKasick still running in second. Keener still running in third. Top 3 trucks all gapping out pretty evenly right now. Haven't heard exactly what they're going to do, but in cup races there's not normally a competition yellow, so I kind of doubt if we'll have one, but I don't know for sure. Still waiting for Dan Badeau to come around. There he is.
Hondos, they're having fun. There's your front two, and they're getting it. And it looks like, oh, your leader, I don't remember which one he was, and the orange and white is no longer your leader.
Yeah.
So it looks like the initial leader of the race.
That's Kevin Hanegraaff.
Yeah, he kind of got hooked, and then he did it all himself, but he had some problems, and it didn't look like he's got that thing refired.
Tell you, Dan, but oh man, there's the steam coming out of Al Drews. But again, it looks like it's not that good a thing, but he had that Friday and Saturday. Yesterday, same thing all race long. So maybe just has an overfill bottle, just fills up more than what he needs, and he's got it built to spit out. I'm not sure. Dan Bidot going by in that B&L Santoys, number 17. Al Drews out of Ypsilanti, Michigan.
The steamer.
Yeah. Man, Mitch Dorr's looking so strong. Where was that thing on Friday night? Wow. He, in the last 2 races, this being the 3rd one, he's really gotten the bugs out of that thing.
Give it time. It's unfortunately it's his last time, but better late than never, right?
Yeah, well, there's Dan Bidot now.
He's on it. I mean, he's in a race all by himself when the other competitor, Hanegraaff, you said earlier, is the one that, and he's parked in the middle there. Man, that is one fast Ford F-150 that just looks like a regular local truck around my house.
Yeah,
nice. That thing's hauling tail right through the middle section.
Very smart kid. And he's got a wealth of knowledge and experience in his dad as well. From years of racing Class 4 or Pro 4 back in the day. But I'm not sure if Dan Bidot out there in a 4-wheel drive is going to have enough time to catch Mitch Dorr.
Oh, he's going to catch him. Maybe. Taylor Snyder came by and said, you know, they were doing the autograph signing over there at the merchandise booth, that they also have the pros driving. Several of the pros were driving in the RC, you know, area over there for the RC car tracks. So they're kind of spread out down there at the bottom from the merch trailer signing autographs, as well as the pros that had signed up, you know, to race against the fans at the RC car track as well.
And you didn't go back there and jump in that?
No, I will. I'm not so good at driving RC cars. I know they're indestructible, but I'll find a way to break something.
I'm just so impressed right now with Mitch Dorr and how that truck has come around since Friday night in his first points race.
That's him coming towards
really
us.
Dialed in, yeah. Out of Rockford, Illinois.
Yeah, no, he looks good. He's all by himself. The race back there behind him again is for their own respective class. And it was a Bidot that's behind them. He's starting to close in now. He's definitely quicker. And the track, right now, is probably about as good as you would ever find it. I mean, there is a lot of traction to be had out there. It looks like it's in perfect condition.
The speeds that Dan Bidot's running are just phenomenal. And the qualifying times this morning at Pro Light were right spot on. So they're running faster lap times than I think they were in the race yesterday.
Right. Yeah, but you can see that by making some of the double ups and stuff instead of having to face those jumps. As Bidot closes in, still green flag. A lot of racing still left here. I believe 5 laps into this one. Well, it's about in the upper 50s right now, wouldn't you say, as far as temperature? Breezy, probably at least 15 mile-an-hour winds, constant, maybe up to 20. More of a constant, you know, steady wind. But as you said on that big ski jump, it's probably going to take them carrying left to right instead of a tailwind or a headwind like we've seen at other races before, and even yesterday.
Rob Legrand going by a little bit further back in the pack, but man, Mitch Dorr is just starting to really pull away from the rest of the cars or trucks in his class. But here comes Dan Bidot. Now he's got to really get through those 2 truck traffic quickly. Because right now, Mitch Dorr's that quick. And he's actually, Dan Bidot's now passing Gatlin Keener in probably the hardest place to pass. He's doing it on the outside, and that's just taking up more time, creating more of a gap for Mitch Dorr.
There goes Bidot.
Just can't find, not on the outside, not on the inside. He's burping that brake. You see that front of that truck diving down to the corner every time he nails the brakes. And again, he's been struggling to get around.
That's why it's always best to get a good start and let them pass you. You know, it's a lot harder to work your way up through the field. I don't care what class you are, even if there is a discrepancy in power or suspension. Oh, here it comes. Watch going up this uphill. See if he shuts him down. That's why you have spotters. And he does make that pass. If you did not have a spotter, truck on the outside for sure would have taken that preferred race line going up that uphill.
So we have Rob Legrand once again up front here. all by himself, one of the super stock trucks. There was actually 5 trucks started that class. Charlie Wilson was all by himself in his class. He ended up dropping out. Dan Badeau, Al Drews. And there's Mitch Dorr. Still a pretty good gap to try and reel in our leader. Dan Badeau is right there in the same pictures. You can see it right now.
He's definitely closing. And they have this something similar to this at Crandon, though, right? Where you see the 2s and the 4s go at it.
That is
and they
epic.
catch up. I'm looking forward to that. So I mean, it's not something that it's not seen commonly, even here in sportsman class. But maybe
This is, I think, the second challenge race the Sportsman had. We did it last fall at Crandon for the first time. It was incredibly successful, and I think we would just might start implementing it a little bit more often. You know,
do you still want to stick with your thing on Badeau's not going to catch him?
No, I was watching for the white flag to come out. If there's a white flag, I'd say there could be, but no, there's at least 2 laps remaining, so I think Dan's got it.
It's going to be close, but still getting by is another story.
In fact, I think our leader got the 2 to go this time by, so man.
It's going to come down to it. This is exactly what you want on that staggered start.
LeGrand, a rookie out there in the super stock, he's out there basically for seat time. Looks like he's got a pretty good truck as well, handles pretty well. Sounds like he has a pretty good motor in that thing, but just getting seat time, running some laps, and getting some experience.
About a 4-second differential, I just looked. And it was 6 as they came across the front straight here. So he made up 2 seconds in half a lap. He's got another half, so he should be within 2 seconds at the deal, and I think it's going to be even less than that.
Yeah, I think in the high street, the straightaway areas, I think Mitch Dorr's got a shot. And so these tight,
well,
tight corners.
He's a good rabbit right now. When you're in eyesight like that, he's a very good rabbit for Dan Badeau. So that's even worse, but he's going to have a full lap because I think coming across this checkered,
there's the white flag.
This white flag, he's going to be within the second. So let's watch and see how it is. His final lap here in the Sportsman Challenge.
Yeah, Mitch Dorr's got a shot now in the back section. But I think it's going to come down to when they come back over the hill. White flag is out. Mitch Dorr has the point. Dan Badeau right behind him. Here they go down to the back section.
I think Badeau went a little wide right there. He was trying to get traction and grip to go in there and maybe shoot by on this straightaway. But there he is. Badeau's going to go to the inside. So if you're on the outside, it's an off-camber.
Oh, Dan Badeau just
down.
nailed the brakes. Yeah, he nailed the brakes so hard you saw the front of that truck dive down real hard.
And that's what you're supposed to do if you're Dorr.
He did it again. He's trying to find a spot around him. Mitch Dorr skillfully making that forward very, very wide.
Look at the setup going to the inside. Maybe on this downhill heading into the right-hand turn. You see him close, but will he have position?
Dan's gonna have to make a bonsai move somewhere in that front section on one of these corners.
It's gonna be side by side.
Well, let's carry him way to the outside. And Dan Badeau pulls it off. But don't count out Mitch. 2 totally different class of vehicles. You got a 2-wheel drive stock truck and a 4-wheel drive, I'll call it modified. I love the fact that Mitch is staying on that throttle. He's not short shifting.
Right.
He's staying on it. Very impressive run by Mitch Dorr. How about that?
Half a lap.
Dan Badeau will take the win in the first ever Bark River Sportsman Challenge Cup. And Mitch Dorr will take second.
And the solace that he almost won this race was past about a half a lap remaining. But yeah, that was a good race. Another good race here for
Gatlin Keener's got a shot for a podium. Here we go.
Oh,
man.
That's pushing it.
Big guy was going after it. Taking third will be the 851 of Larry McKaysick. Gatlin Keener, the big kid, will take fourth.
Oh, Keener's got to have a little bit of a headache. We weren't, people live here were able to see it. We weren't able to see it on the internet. But that was a big nosedive by Keener there towards the end because he saw it. It was right there in front of him, ready to grab third overall. And boy, it jumped up and bit him.
just that long darted so hard. He's a big kid, man. He's Iowa wrestler, so just imagine how big you are, and he's got to be in the heavyweight class.
The heavyweight.
And coming across the line, a rookie this year in super stock, Rob LeGrand will finish out in the 5th spot in the 870. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Park River's first ever Sportsman Cup Challenge. We want to thank everybody for coming out here and signing up and jumping on the track and taking part of this. And congratulations once again to Dan Badeau for taking the win, Mitch Dorr second, and let's see, it was Larry McKasick finishing 3rd.
Again, if you want to ride along, make sure you text the word TORC to 56938. The word TORC, T-O-R-C, to 56938. That 56938, that's the number. That's the one no matter what throughout the day, whatever promotion we have. And this time, if you want to ride along in this track, text the word TORC, T-O-R-C, and you get to go in that bad boy right there, which I need to hurry up and get in there during these sportsman classes. I need to go down. Dang it, I probably missed my shot here. I'll have to do it before the buggies or whatever's left. But I want to ride along. You too can ride along. Just text the word TORC, T-O-R-C, to 56938. And no matter what you do, you're taking pictures today, put them on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Make sure you use the hashtag TORC. Hashtag, that's the pound sign, the number sign, T-O-R-C, stands for the Off-Road Championship. We'll be back with the podium. Scott Reen's heading over there right after this.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
This weekend. Without their generosity, this race could not take place. So from the raceway and from all the fans, thank you, Norfolk, Roland, and Falcone. We would like to offer a special thank you to Midwood Rental and Sales of Negaunee for donating the use of the line and area for the use of this weekend. Thank you.
A rookie. I didn't see any yellow stripe out there on the bumper, so I didn't know if it was Larry out there or you. So I kind of called Larry all race long. But man, what's it like to be out there as a rookie taking on these guys, especially this man who's been on the track for so darn long?
Oh, it was so fun. I want to thank Bark River. You guys put on a great show. I wish there was more trucks out there. Maybe gave us more of a chance. But it was fun. It was awesome.
Well, first off, is it your dad? That's Larry. Yes. So how is it that you were able to get the truck away from him? Because I guess now you've been running it for the whole season.
He's getting too old. No, I'm just kidding. He's not.
Oh, by the way, happy Father's Day to your dad, and kind of a nice gift that you're letting your son go out there and trash your truck.
Happy Father's Day, Dad. I love you. Thanks, my crew, Ian, Sean, Jesse, Brian. Thank you, all you guys. Grandma and Grandpa for cooking the amazing food. Thank you.
Nice job, Joey.
Thank you.
All right, swing over here, and I got to tell you, this truck was so impressive when it hit the track on Friday, but the difference between Friday and today, absolutely astounding. You found the bugs, if there were any, and you were so fast, and Mitch, it's cool to see you back on the track again.
Thanks. Yeah, it was just got some clean air today and let it run, and it was running from this guy. I knew there was some. I had to go. So, but we did our best, and real happy with second place. Actually, was expecting worse, but this is good.
What did you find in that truck from Friday? Because you were so much quicker today, and it looks like that truck is a season truck, but it's not. It's brand new.
No, it's a season truck. We just made a lot of changes to it, and we didn't change a thing. Just got some clean air, a lot of passing in the super stock races. So just got out front and were able to run in some clean air.
Well, I got to tell you again, it's cool to see one of the doors back on the track again, man. Nice job.
Thanks, Scott.
All right.
Well, I wanted to say thanks to Bark River for putting this on. I mean, we have to. It's great that they did it for us. So
we'll see you again at Crandon, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Happy Father's Day. Got to get that in there. Thanks.
You got to work on your interviews, man.
I know.
Truck's awesome. Podium. Now, Dan Badeau, here we go. We call him Smiley. Congratulations, man. You're out there. You chased down. It was a close race. So it was fun. Had to be kind of fun for you to kind of set your sights on somebody and run them down.
You know, I thought I had one more truck to pass, to be honest with you. And
spotters weren't working with you then?
No, I lost my communication.
Again, you got to work on your radios, man. That's twice now.
No. Just today. Not. You know, I'd like to thank Lions Club and Bark River. You know, this is what we need. You know, back in the day, we used to have these things all the time on Sunday. I like to see it come back.
Well, I think with Bark River and Crandon doing these Sportsman Challenge races, you're going to see a lot more of it, and I think the interest is going to grow. You three guys up here, as well as the rest of the field here this morning, are kind of like the trendsetters, if you want to call it, the forefathers of getting this going. So you guys should all kind of pat yourselves in the back, and everybody that's on the track here this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd like to thank B&L Motorsports. Garrett, you know, he's a swell kid. You know, AMSOIL, the rest of the sponsors, but I can't do it without them.
Well, you know what? Congratulations. You've had one heck of a weekend. Been up here in the podium an awful darn lot this weekend, man.
And I'm not that old either, buddy.
It's just prematurely gray, that's all. Congratulations, man.
Thanks a lot.
Let's hear it one more time for our top three finishers up here in the first ever Bark River Challenge Cup.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
Oh, I know. Thank you. It's beautiful Park River, Michigan. We're at the throwdown in the UP, the last day of racing on a fantastic weekend. This has been the craziest weather I think I can remember in a long time here at Park River. It's one of those situations where I think we've just gotten so spoiled. I can't remember the last time it rained here. I can't remember the last time it wasn't gorgeous weather. Nothing wrong with what we've got other than the fact that it's been kind of on the chilly side, and I think we don't mind that so much. Hopefully, I wouldn't mind seeing some frost in the ground in the morning to kind of take care of some of those skeeters. Yeah. Doesn't that kill the mosquitoes? A little frost in the morning? That just pisses them off. But all things considered, this isn't a bad weekend of racing, bad weekend weather. And this is kind of just priming the pump a little bit for what we're going to see later on this year. When we come back here, I believe in July. So we'll be doing it all over again. We're looking forward to it. A little bit of track conditioning going on once again as we get ready for our next race. I believe we have super buggies coming out here next, as we have eight cars in the lineup. I'm really looking forward to the first ever, I should say round 2 of the short course carts coming up here later on this afternoon. The kids are coming out here ages 6 to 12 years old. And we kind of held them towards the last race of the afternoon yesterday, so a lot of the fans didn't get a chance to see them. And we're going to change it up a little bit and put them right out there right after a Pro 4. So hopefully the fans stick around and watch the future of our sport. As I'm telling you, it's probably about a 2-year process of getting these carts designed, built, tested, and kind of garnering some interest to get more than just a handful of carts out there. Now we have upwards of 8 or 9 and some pretty good names of some young racers out there. I want to let everybody also know that the 50-50 drawing, the last call will be at 2 p.m. Drawing will be right around 3 o'clock. And to let everybody know, there's no rovers here this afternoon, so there won't be anybody walking around selling tickets. If you want a 50-50, you have to go up to the hill right there in the middle of the hill. I like to call Manufacturers Midway, and you'll have to buy a ticket up there right outside the food booth, actually. So if you want a 50-50, I believe they gave away a little over $2,000. There's one rover. I was told there weren't any rovers. So there's one, two. There's 2 rovers. Is that a father and daughter team right there? All right, good way to spend Father's Day. So we have 2 rovers walking around. Things change so fast here at Park River, I swear. I just found out we are running Super Buggy next. There are 8 cars in the lineup. I'm very anxious to see one of the cars in particular come out here on the track, and that's the 907 of John Frana, the only 4-wheel drive car out there. Had a very short run yesterday. I believe didn't even finish half a lap. I just lost my monitor up here. I ain't gonna worry about it. It's that windy. It's windy here. Turn around, go back in Manufacturers Midway. I was blown off the hill. But anyways, John Frana went about half a lap yesterday and had to drop out. But that car has been so strong here over the years that this is almost like his home track. He's been very, very dominant. So we'll see if he got the bugs worked out overnight. And he looked very strong in practice this morning. So we'll see what he's got up his sleeve for this afternoon. But we've got 8 cars signed up and ready to go for the Super Buggy race coming up in just a moment. With that being said, we'll take a step back. There's a little bit of track grooming going on yet, and we'll come back later in just a little bit with the Super Buggy race. We'll be back right after this. Yeah. It 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 actually blew over. fans, did you know that Husqvarna is the outdoor power equipment manufacturer in the world? That's right. Husqvarna offers a full line of lawn and garden equipment for the homeowner and the professional as well. Chainsaws, blowers, trimmers, lawnmowers, tractors, zero turns, and more. Trust Husqvarna for all your lawn, garden, and outdoor power equipment needs. Stop by the Husqvarna display area to find out how you can save 10% on your next purchase of Husqvarna outdoor power equipment. Traxxas manufactures the world's best-selling radio-controlled cars, trucks, boats, and helicopters, including the award-winning Slash short course race truck, nitro-burning T-Max, and the 100-plus mile-per-hour X01 supercar. Visit Traxxas in the pits or go to Traxxas.com to find your local hobby store. With over 30 vehicles under $300, get in on the fun of Traxxas, the fastest name in radio control. VP Race Fuels is the world leader in fuel technology, and it doesn't stop at the track. Use VP small engine fuel in all your outdoor power equipment. Ethanol-free blends for 2-cycle and 4-cycle tools ensure easier starts and worry-free long-term storage. Go to vp-sef.com for more info. The Nitro B is a small single-channel radio receiver for racers and spotters to hear the TORC race officials. This UHF listen-only receiver allows track officials to notify drivers and spotters of a yellow flag or any wrecks that may have occurred on the track. The Nitro B is the official receiver for USAC. Get your Nitro B today at ruggedradios.com. We'll talk about timing. We have got the next race coming out onto the track as we speak, and that is the Super Buggies. We have got 8 cars lined up and ready to go, and the man I was talking about earlier is on the front row. Here's our lineup out of Rockford, Illinois, in that 4-wheel drive, number 907, that's John Frana. Alongside him, a brand new driver in that car. He is out of the Fox Valley area, had a good run going yesterday, but had to drop out, number 45 of Rodney Van Epren. In the second row, the black number 32, that's Brian Bosha, and then in the next to him out of Canada is a 972 of Chris Hanlon. In the third row, Tom Schwartzberg and Ryan Schwabe, rookie in that car, first race ever on the podium yesterday afternoon. And in the back row will be Larry Pegram and Scott Schwabe in the 5 and the number 29.
I have a buddy in Texas, the last name Schwabe, Jim Schwabe from the Wisconsin area. I wonder if he's related in, because I know he's nuts, so I'm wondering about these two guys.
In a very quiet kind of way,
No, he's this guy's crazy. Oh, you're talking about these two gentlemen.
Yeah. First time they ever raced with each other, against each other, Scott and Ryan, father, son, they end up on the podium together.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if that's a good sign or not. Did I happen to see a for sale sign on Ryan Schwabe's car? Did I actually see that?
Hey, it could be good because he's going to reinvest in a new one, or it could be bad that he's getting out of the business. One or the other.
Or Dad's going, you know what? You may have been able to finish the podium yesterday, but you
got to step it up, son.
It's going to be very interesting because we got a little bit of a greasy track right now. You can see the shiny parts of the track where the water's been laid down, and that's going to be really greasy for these cars. And with only one of those cars being 4-wheel drive with a decided advantage, and on the front row at that, Frana has been so dominant here in the last few years. In fact, I think his first career win was right here at Bark River years ago. Probably, I want to say 3 or 4. So our pace truck has pulled off the track. Richie Kuloff was having too much fun this weekend running that thing. In fact, at the halfway point, you need to go down there.
Yeah, I will do that before we get to that.
Yeah. Green flag is out here. We're going to turn number 1. Frana right away jumps out front in that 4-wheel drive car. Rodney Van Epper jumps in the second. Bosia in the third. And look what 4-wheel drive has over 2-wheel drive, just like that.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, he's able to find traction where the others aren't because he has 4 wheels digging instead of 2. But the track is perfect. I mean, they're going over a section right now with a little water. It's going to dry out. They'll blow that water off fast or quickly. But I think the track really looks like it's good today.
Yeah, look out. There goes Squirrel.
No. Larry. He might have saved it. He might have been some toe on that right front. We'll see. kind of all four, it looks like the front two are going the same direction, so that's a good thing. He might have saved it. We'll see if he can catch up, and he still has that competition yellow. You called him squirrel yesterday because he was fast in most of the track, but he'd get squirrely in those others.
And the thing is, as long as the man that owns Realtree and Palmcourt Suttons is okay with me calling him squirrel, I'm going to keep on doing it.
I'll talk to Larry after and see what he thinks. That's funny.
Oh, Frana goes wide in that downhill right-hand turn. Sizable lead right now on the first lap. Nice run so far by Van Eperen, running in second. Very similar to what he had yesterday, a brand new car for him. It looks very familiar. I want to say it's a J.R. Wheeler car the last year or so.
Doesn't it look dustier on that far end?
Yeah.
That right-hand side. That's the one portion, of course, didn't look like it took the water quite as well, or maybe they didn't put as much down, but that's something to look. It's going to get slippery over that far right-hand portion of the course.
And the thing is also that the wind is going to dry this track out faster than the sun will today.
True.
Scott Schwabe now battling for that third spot, trying to just inches away his left front tire from a right rear of Bosia.
That's what you're supposed to do it, right? That's what you're supposed to do it, right? Inches are great.
Man,
touching, not so much.
Open wheel though. Wow.
Look at the 29 going to the inside again. Oh, that was close. Again, run it up in there. He's not afraid to run it in the 2.9.
And that's Scott Schwabe's older car.
Watch
and,
this.
Yeah.
He's going to do it again.
He's going way wide. Oh, there it is.
Oh!
Look out.
Uh-oh, this could be ugly. This could be ugly.
Manhole cover or something right there.
Dude, the 32 did not let off. Boccia, he just kept it pinned on that left-hand side. He's still driving. He darn near rolled that thing. I mean, we almost saw it.
He swapped sides, what, 3 times, 4 times, and never lifted a bit.
That was a heck of a save. That's saving the day, saving the weekend without question.
And again, John Frana, full straightaway plus lead over the field. Van Eperen, the next closest car. Here comes Schwabe.
And I want to remind Scott, everybody, that there is a video board as you're looking out to the track in the stands on the far left. Those of you watching online, you're hearing what we're talking about. You see what we're talking about. But there is a big video board over to the left to see some of the other action behind the scenes that you cannot see in front of you.
There goes Squirrel again.
Did he do it again, or what happened? Or
he just got a little alligator tail action going.
But he's caught up. Look at, I mean, he caught up with that whole group. He's fast.
Well, I'm not denying that.
He's known to turn it off a time or two. In road racing, I covered him supermoto, and now he did some open wheel stuff. I think in the Mazda Road to Indy, and now he's in the buggies.
Frana's car's going south.
That's not sounding good. Either that or broken exhaust.
Oh, I think he's got 3 cylinders.
Is it the V3?
Yeah.
Or the inline 3?
There's Van Eperen going by, Scott Schwabe. Ryan Schwabe now trying to go inside.
I'm looking at the squirrel.
Oh, yeah.
Watch the squirrel on 2 guys. Got one right there in front of us. Passes the number 2 of Ryan Schwabe. Larry Pegram moves up 1 position.
Now going after Chris Hanlon.
And look at this inside line on the video board. He dives into the inside. Again, he's not afraid to run it in there. The 972 of Hanlon trying to hold him off.
The car's definitely fast, and he's got some skills without a doubt. It's just a matter of him getting some seat time in that thing. And
well, his first foray into dirt was on a motorcycle. Like, he was a dirt track kid as well as a road racing motorcycle kid. So he has dirt experience his whole entire life, probably 30 years. And he's only 30-something years old. But he might be 40-something now. Oh, and there goes Squirrel again. Catches a wall.
I think he's still trying to figure out how to use the steering brake and when to use the steering wheel and the steering brake at the same time. And,
right.
You know, this is, I think, the hardest class out there to drive, are the super buggies, without a doubt. You're clutching, you're shifting, you're hitting the button to talk to your spotter, hitting the button to work your tear-offs or your roll-offs, and then you got the steering brake. And I mean, try to drive a race car.
Wow. Watch the 5 at the second turn, making the left hand. He's going to be on the outside into this double, and he railed it perfectly there.
Whoa.
Nice little seat bounce, and he takes over position. I think it made whoever was on the inside a little nervous. He missed a shift altogether.
Chris is like, okay, I think they actually touched tires. Pegram's left rear to the right front of Hanlon.
Chris Schwabe now working his way by as well. Good race in these sportsman classes today. We saw it in the first one, and now in race number 2.
Well, Frana must have dropped out on the back section because our leader in the four-wheel drive car is no longer on the track. At least he's coming around to the front section. Meanwhile, the battle now for the lead is between Schwabe right now running in second and Van Epperen in that white car running up front. Coming down into turn number 1, those are the 2 lead cars.
They look evenly matched, don't they? I mean, they look like they're about the same speed, but the car in second looking for a mistake.
Well, the car right now running in second place is a beam car.
What does that mean?
A beam that goes all the way across, and
okay.
the suspension on the sides. The front, the lead car is an A-arm car.
Right.
So technology-wise, the better handling, in theory, is
the A-arm.
The A-arm, yeah. But Scott Schwabe, like you said yesterday, is back in this car for the first time in like 2 years. And it's like a 13 or 14-year-old car. But like he said, it was like getting into a comfortable
like a
lounger again.
Yeah, right.
You know, the most perfect, comfortable shoes you never want to get rid of.
It fits.
Yeah. And he's right at home with it.
So Becker's closing in on the 32 at Boccia. He's in third, so the 5, even after doing all that stuff, if he can get in third and they have that restart later, he still has a shot to mix it up in those in the back half of this race after the competition yellow as well.
It's kind of nice to see a big name sponsor. There we go, a pass for the lead. In fact, looked like Van Epperen got a little loose coming down the hill, which opened the door for Schwabe. Schwabe goes way to the outside, trying to make the pass there. They barely touch.
Did they, or was that preventative?
I want to say the right rear and the left rear tires of the drivers, they touched.
Oh, I screwed up and didn't go down there in the ride along again. I'm a fool. But you already knew that. Did you see the truck take off here? That signifies next time around they're going to get that competition yellow. So as long as these guys stay 1 and 2, they know they're going to start nose to tail here in just a moment. So not much is lost. Really, I think Pegram, that race for third is a good race because Pegram is caught all the way back up to third again behind Boccia. If he can get by, he's going to be in that mix for the top 3. And watch that race coming down the hill as 1 and 2 are going to take the checkered. Not the checkered, the competition yellow. But look at that race for third. That's where the action is, and it looks like Pegram is going to take over that third spot.
He's running a competitive lap time on the last time by. He's got the second quickest lap, so he should be working his way through the pack real easily and get back. Now he's running the third spot.
Yeah,
so
he's looking good.
He just needs seat time, man. He'll be right there. A couple more races and he'll be okay.
Like you said, he was fast except for those moments, but those moments could cost you. It cost him probably 15 seconds at least, at least in that race. But now he gets to start in third where he probably was to begin with.
I just look at it this way. He's giving Mark Kwame and Steve Barlow a lot of material to work with that night back in the pit area.
Yeah, that's true. If you're around Larry much, he'll give you a lot of material all the time. So I think we've been told that we're going to be doing probably the start of this race. We're going to have to dip out for just a moment, then welcome everybody around the world that are watching on TORCseries.com as our website, and the Motor Trend channel, which the pro racing is about to get underway here shortly, and welcome everybody there in case you're wondering what we're talking about. Scott Rain always giving you the scoop, and we're about to let everybody else in the world that's hasn't been watching the sportsman classes earlier, going to let them in on it as well.
It's really neat to get the sportsman guys some airtime on the World Wide Web, and it's been fun doing it, and I think we kind of caught the guys off guard in doing so. Well,
you had people I saw on your Facebook, thanking you and stuff, saying it was good to see the sportsmen. It is good if they had that opportunity. Remember, this is a race that wasn't even supposed to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, too, we got to get these sportsman guys, or some of them, to like really kind of wash their trucks once in a while because they're getting some worldwide attention now.
They started clean. They started, but they're the first ones out in the mud too, though.
Yeah, the first one, the ones that haven't replaced a fender in like 7-8 years. They just get out that ball peen hammer and kind of pound. I'm not talking about you guys, am I? No.
Custom
as soon as I said that, he kind of went, what?
Custom by Crunch.
So I'm trying to figure out why did they stop on the track in the back section?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe they're trying to do the order, but I mean, they should have been in order as they crossed.
Yeah.
But maybe they're trying to set that order straight.
Well, the 32 is passing the pace truck.
Okay. And that was Brian Boccia, who we saw was in 4th earlier. Also remind everybody that everything we say is officially unofficial. We are not officials. We are just trying to talk about what we see, and people tell us information. But everything we say, we could crown a champion, and that might not be the case because somebody else may say something in the background.
The people that know me here at Park River, that's just assumed.
Yeah, well, in my world as well.
Oh, this is your.
Yeah, I was a virgin to Park River International Raceway, and it's quite the facility. It's awesome. I like it.
You like the fact there's a racetrack here, and then about 12 miles away, there's one of the most premier
fisheries.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep, it's awesome. Bassmaster Elite Series coming here to Escanaba, just down the road. No, it's nice. I mean, the whole area is nice in the summer. Would not want to be here in the winter. Would not want to do it. But and my hat goes off to all you. And I really realized it when I saw the bus stop in front of somebody's house, and there was a little shanty sitting there. I'm like, kids have to sit in that. And who knows how many feet of snow during the winter?
Dude, I used to do that.
Yeah.
We look forward to that part.
That explains it.
Well, the pace truck's off the track. We're back to Green Flag Racing for the second half of the Super Buggy. Here we go into turn 1. Scott Schwabe, Rodney Van Eperen, and your buddy up there, Larry Pegram.
I'm telling you, Larry's going to throw it in there, no question. Or he might throw it away before it gets in, but he's going to throw it one way or the other.
And Van Eperen's a former motocrosser, so knows how to read a dirt track and has got a competitive nature as well. So we're kind of see what he's going to do in that white number 45 Husqvarna entry.
So we got 2 moto guys, 2 and 3. Is that the one we talked to yesterday that was snowmobile as well?
No, he was actually in the UTV.
All right.
That's Andrew Carlson. Right. He was out here earlier this morning.
That's right. Uh-oh, speaking of Larry a minute ago, he's on the inside here trying to make a pass for second. And there is the race for second. First is pulled out just a little bit, but the guy in third has been slightly erratic this weekend, but he's been fast at times, and that's always one you kind of want to watch.
Slightly erratic.
Is the one that doesn't mind taking chances and throwing it in there. Unless you're the guy that's just in front and he throws it into you.
Man, Scott Schwabe looking so comfortable right now running up front.
There goes Larry.
And there it is, yeah.
But he doesn't have the pass because he's on the outside, but see if he can duck under here or just keep on the throttle. And he's now set up.
Yeah, stays on the outside, now set up for the inside with this left-hander.
But he got squirrely there again as well, but he's still set up on that inside. You just got to try and find some traction. And it looks like he has done so. So he moved into second. But Scott Schwabe, he looks like a different guy. You think he was holding back in that first half?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's going just as fast as he needs to maintain that position. And he's very, very smart. He's a veteran of this sport. He's been doing it for years. He's raced all over the country, even back in the Mickey Thompson days. He's raced this car up in Canada, I believe in Montreal, in the stadium. So he's got tons and tons of experience in all facets of this short course sport.
Dude, I just saw Larry almost double up in that back section. So we'll see if he can close, because he put some gap on third place, but he did something I didn't see anybody else do.
And here comes Ryan one more time.
There you go.
He was on the podium yesterday. We'll see if that young guy can get back on the podium again today.
He's there right now, isn't he? Or is he? It's close. He's right around third.
Yeah, he's there now.
Again, that'd be good for Father's Day.
Twice in a row. Well, we're going to step aside real quick, and we'll be back with the last lap or two of the Super Buggy race. We'll be back right after this.
TORC, the off-road championship presented by AMSOIL, opened its 2014 season on 2 of the most brutal short course tracks in the country, Las Vegas and Charlotte. Both brought an intensity that only short tracks can bring. The racing was close and hard. Drivers went to battle. Some celebrated, some were defeated. But now it's time to open it up, air it out, and rattle the stands with wide open racing from Park River, Michigan. Known to send trucks flying far, sometimes too far, the 1.5-mile track in Michigan's Upper Peninsula will be the scene for speeds of over 100 miles per hour.
a place where roost is either your ally or your enemy. The scream of the engines will show just how hard the drivers push the limits of their trucks and their emotions. The throwdown in the UP starts now. Welcome to the nation's premier off-road racing series, TORC, the Off-Road Championship presented by Amzor.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're here at beautiful Bark River, Michigan. We're at the Bark River International Off-Road Raceway as part of the UP Throwdown here this weekend of day 2 of racing. I got Robbie Floyd next to me. I'm Scott Rain, and we've had a fantastic weekend of racing. Pros coming up in just a moment, but right now we've got a few laps remaining in the Super Buggy division. In fact, the white flag is out. We've seen a lot of action in this race, Robbie.
Yes, the white flag's out, and up top, Scott Schwalbe in the second half of the race has been the guy to beat because he really pulled out a distance on second and third. But once Larry Pegram has moved into second, the number 5 is starting to turn it up, and he's starting to close down on Schwalbe. And the question is, will he have enough time? Because they haven't received the white. They're about to get it the next time around. So only about a lap and a half left. But Pegram is closing in, no question.
And the thing is, what I've noticed, the first half of this race, we called him Squirrel yet. Okay,
You called it.
I called him Squirrel yesterday because he was very fast, but then all of a sudden he's getting a little squirrely and loses his position. Same thing in the first half of this race. Competition yellow came out. He was all over the place. Now, in the second half, he's got the car nice and straight. He's like calmed down. He's almost like he's slowed down to be faster.
Dude, he just doubled the section. We were watching the 29 of Scott Schwalbe, but watch behind and get a wide shot. See how much distance there is. The white flag is now out. Larry Pegram made the first double that they'll face, all the racers will face today. He just made that double. He's the only one that's doing that at lap after lap. That means he's going to make up, what, at least a half a second in that one spot alone.
Yeah, he made up 2 seconds on that last lap on our leader, Scott Schwalbe. What's really interesting yesterday, this is the same finishing order they were in yesterday for yesterday's race between Schwalbe, Pegram, and his son, Ryan Schwalbe, his first race ever in his class. They're running that same order right now. So
but Pegram was all over the place yesterday, as he is right there by himself. He pushed it hard. Now he's going to have a hard time. Ryan's going to be closing in third. Let's see if the other Schwalbe starts popping in, and he's not able to do it. But as you said, and you give him that nickname Squirrel, that happened all at his lonesome. And it only happened because he was pushing to close in on Scott Schwalbe.
And a big gap now back to second. So, you know what? It's all seat time, and he's got good equipment. He's got the racer mentality. He knows what he's doing on the racetrack, but not so much in his car. I think he's still getting
Do you know what it
used
is?
to.
Do you know what it is? He's a motorcycle racer and has been doing it for years, from dirt track, flat track, dirt track, to road racing. It's different. You have a roll cage around you here. He can push it beyond those limits and know that roll cage is there to save him. So he's probably going to push it more than everyone else will, because he's always had to run that ragged edge. When you have safety around you, you don't have to run that edge. You can chance getting hurt because it's not going to happen.
And here comes Schwalbe around the corner, takes the checkered flag. So 2 wins in a row for Scott Schwalbe, number 29. Pegram coming around. Very good run for him. I don't know if I'll be able to call him Squirrel, but I'll have fun with him just the same.
Do it till he tells you to stop.
He finishes second. Oh, we had to pass the last half lap. In the upper right-hand section of this course, Rodney Van Epperen has gotten around Ryan Schwalbe, so Van Epperen will be on the podium for the first time this weekend.
Husqvarna colors showing up in third. So unfortunately there for Ryan Schwalbe, had it almost the entire race and drops back, but Dad able to take the victory, so we will not see the Schwalbe double up like we saw yesterday. As the guys are making their way up to the podium, as well as Scott Rain, and we'll step away for just a moment here at Bark River for stop number 6 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship. You'll see the pros here shortly.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Second race in a car. Is that the J.R. Wheeler car from a couple years ago? Beautiful looking vehicle, Husqvarna on the side. Second day behind the wheel, and you're on the podium, man.
Yeah, it feels good. It was a long winter. We took that thing apart completely. We bought it from I think it's a Fodril built chassis, and we went through it all winter. We're still working the bucks out of it. We had a fuel pressure issue there. We were losing fuel pressure before the halfway point, but it feels good to at least get up on the podium here.
Is it because you got a cart out there later on this afternoon that you can't let your kids have all the fun? You got to buy one yourself?
I was coming to the races for my little guy to race the short course carts, and I figured I might as well have something to have a little bit of fun with, too.
Nice job, man. It's good to see you back into the sport. Nice on the podium.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Scott. I want to thank a couple people. Our company, Power Sports One, we're a Yamaha dealer and a Husqvarna motorcycle dealer. Got to say a happy Father's Day to my dad. Thanks to my mom, dad, my wife, and Johnny Greaves for all the help he's been doing for us. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Congratulations. We'll get to see you in Crandon, man.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, we'll jump over here. Let's see, 1/3 of the bootlegger, wildman, and squirrel team. And I'm going to tell you right now, Larry, well, first off, welcome to the series. I hope you don't go anywhere. I hope you stick around. You are really fun to watch.
Well, you know, I'm not here to win. I'm here to entertain. You know what I mean? My job's entertaining the crowd. I consider myself an entertainer. No, you know, that popcorn set and real tree car was really good today, and I just screwed it up again right off the start, and I tapped the wall out there and bent the tie rod or something. The car was darting right on me after that over every jump, so I was really fighting then. And right there at the end, started catching Scott. Thought maybe I could give him a run on the last lap, and that was the problem when that tie rod bent. When I would jump it really hard, it would dart right, and it darted right on me, and that was kind of it. But he did a great job this weekend. He deserves it. He did everything right and didn't make any mistakes, and I couldn't make a lap without making one.
Well, you know what? The second half of your race was so much different than the first half, and it's almost like you had to slow down to be quicker out there. In fact, with 2 laps remaining, you had a 2-second faster lap time than Scott, and in the last lap, we were up to the point we were watching you all the way around, and you were running about 1.5 seconds quicker than Scott. So it would made for a very interesting finish outside of the squirrel moments.
Well, you know, if I would have got close to him, man, then we would have probably bumped, and then people would have been mad. But yeah, I would have done it just strictly to entertain the crowd. I wouldn't have been trying to win.
Well, once again, I hope you can stick around, man. You definitely are an addition to the sport. We love having you here in the TORC series, and hope to see you at Crandon, man.
All right, thanks. Thanks for everybody for coming out. Hopefully we gave them a little bit of show with those buggies.
Definitely. Once again, Larry Pegram, first time out here in the TORC series, and I'm going to swim over here to the guy who's been here for a long time. And, you know, Scott, it's so neat to see you back in that car. And like you said yesterday, it's like an old shoe that fits so comfortable. And back in that car again and up front where you've been for so long and so many times up here in the podium.
Well, that car has made a lot of laps on this track, so maybe it could just go by itself and not even need me in there. I don't know, but yeah, I'd like to thank Bark River for having us here for so many years. And you know, they say 39 years. I don't know how many I've been here, but probably 36, 37, I'm thinking. But I'd like to thank everybody here at Bark River the most for having us all out here. It's just great.
Well, congratulations, man, and happy Father's Day. It was neat to see you and Ryan out there together. For a moment there, it looked like he was going to be on the podium once again, but him and Rodney were having a heck of a battle, and Rodney made it up front. So, you know what? Happy Father's Day. It's great to see you two on the track.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear for our top 3 finishers in the Super Buggy Division, Rodney Van Eperen, the Squirrel, Larry Pegram, and Scott Schwabe. Well, yeah, this will be the first time this weekend. Dan Vandel's down here by the podium. He's got some can koozies for some of the fans that are trying to keep their drinks cool. Come on down here. We'll be tossing them out. So looks like Ignite Racing Fuels can koozies. Dan, you always have something up your sleeve, man.
Well, that's part of what we're doing with this display trailer is displaying for these companies. Ignite Fuels, one of the companies that came on board, and they're generous enough to give us a box of these can koozies to hand out to all the fans.
Well, come on down here, see Dan Vanwell down here by the podium, and he'll take care of you with some can koozies, courtesy of Ignite Fuels.
race here. They got top finishers up from UTV race just a moment ago. So we'll swing up here. And looks like you guys swapped a little bit from yesterday's race. Actually, you know what? I'll just say down here. Dave Lohman, once again, I mentioned it yesterday. I'll do the same thing again today. You know, obviously the car count's not there, but the thing is, you guys are setting a trend. You're kind of introducing this class to the fans and to kind of let the people know what these UTVs are all about. If they have one sitting at home side by side, how they can modify it and come out here onto the track.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal this weekend, to come out here, introduce it. Hopefully it looks like fun, because it's a blast. And there's a lot of people that are so close to being ready to do it. People just driving through the pits with some machines that's just a couple of things here and there, and you're out there racing. But just real quick, I just want to say happy Father's Day to my dad. He works his butt off getting this whole thing ready. And it's a great day to be out here racing. It's a lot of fun. So thanks to TORC, thanks to Bark River, Tire Balls, NC Power Sports, Can-Am, everybody. It's just a lot of fun.
Well, I also got to congratulate you, man, for being, like I say, you're setting the trend and kind of getting this whole thing going. So you keep that in the back of your head. It may be a little bit discouraging as far as car count now, but trust me, if you keep up at it, there'll be more and more and more on that racetrack. So nice job on your part.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, let's swing over here to Andrew Carlson. Obviously, you weren't in second place for very long, if you were at all, because there's not a spot of dirt on that fire suit. And maybe you wear that. Maybe you should wear that when you're out there racing snowcross. But nice job today. And again, you're going to be one of those guys that has kind of started this whole series. It kind of started this class. So keep that in the back of your mind as well. And hopefully we'll see you guys at Crandon in a couple weeks.
Yeah, you know, I just got to thank everyone, Jason, for setting this whole thing up. It's going to be great. I mean, we need more trucks in the entire series. I mean, Pro 2s, Pro Lights, everyone. So, I mean, this is a great stepping stone to get in or just get seen in a car on the track. So it's a blast, and you just add a safety belt and a few other things, and you're good. So I just got to thank Polaris and everyone at AMSOIL Fox for helping me in the UTV in the summer. So, yeah, it's just fun, and I just got to thank Happy Father's Day for my dad. He's not here right now, but he's watching at home, so yeah.
Nice job, man. Once again, good luck the rest of the season. We'll hope to see you out at Crandon and maybe some other races, but again, you're one of the guys behind the scenes that keep this thing going and keep stoking the fires, and you never know, we might have 6, 8 more UTVs at the next race.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
All right, Andrew Carlson and Dave Lohman, congratulations, both those guys. First ever UTV race here in the TORC Series.
Tell everybody that the Radar Tires has selected their weekend tire giveaway winner. Again, Radar Tires has selected their weekend tire giveaway winner, Janine Thiel, or Thiel, either way. Janine Thiel, you have been selected to receive a set of Radar Tires. Janine, please visit the Radar Tires tent to claim your prize. Radar Tires will be giving away a set of tires to one lucky fan at each race weekend of the TORC Series. Go get entered to win. Simply head over to visit their booth. Get social with Radar Tires on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or at radartires.com. So it's that simple. All you have to do is register, and Janine Thiel, you won a set of Radar Tires. We'll be back with Pro Lights here in just a bit.
Ready. Drive.
And 90 degrees up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Once again, welcome back, everybody. We're at Bark River, Michigan for the Throwdown of the UP, day 2 of the weekend of racing. And we're coming up next with the first of 3 pro races. And Robbie, this is what we've been talking about and thinking about all weekend long. We have got 23 pro lights coming out here in just a moment. Without a doubt, the largest class of the weekend. and a lot of young guns out here. And it's really interesting because you got some guys that are established veterans in this class, in this sport, and then also some of the guys that are 16, 17, 18 years old that are running up front.
And it's the younger guys that have been really strong this year. I think they're definitely the ones to watch out for. Jarrett Brooks, been our series points leader for quite a while now, and he kind of lost a little bit of that ground yesterday. I'd like to welcome everybody watching around the world on the Motor Trend channel on YouTube. The fans came out in attendance to watch a good race, and we saw one yesterday in the Pro Lights class.
Yeah, and the action was back and forth. And we were watching, I'm going to call out Keegan Kincaid.
Yeah,
An unbelievable run by him. Not only that, he was battling for the lead, running from the third spot up the front and dicing around, but on that last lap, right at the white flag, blew the wheel completely off the
tire took off, right rear.
Right off, blew the beadlock off and ran the entire last lap on a right rear rim and still finished 5th.
Top 5. That was unbelievable. Doug Matag was the fastest, but Keegan Kincaid had a chance to win that race if he would have kept all 4 wheels on the track. Unfortunately, one of his wheels stayed on the track, but it just wasn't part of his vehicle at the time. But that's the thing. This is our largest class as far as numbers. It has not disappointed. And again, just when you think the first half is going to be good, we have to re-rack them, restack them for the competition yellow, and then it gets even better for the back half of the race if you're just joining us for the first time here at TORC.
Well, for some of the fans that are joining us for the first time in this sport, that competition yellow comes out right around the halfway point of the race. And when it was instituted about 7-8 years ago, something that's never been done before, it wasn't a big fan favorite, wasn't a big racer favorite thing. I mean, it was a bad idea. No one liked it. We tried it, and it became successful. Everybody has fallen in love with it except the leader. You know,
I want to see checkered. I don't want to see yellow red.
So but what's cool about it, it's added a strategy in the race teams. At one point, I actually witnessed a car almost go a lap down right at the competition yellow. As the leader was crossing the line, the last place car was just already past the line, so he could go all the way back around and still stay in the lead lap. That saved his truck. He didn't beat it up. He saved the tires. Long story short, he came back to win the race in the second half. It was Johnny Greaves.
Yeah, and there's definitely strategy being played, and we saw that. We saw that for those of you who've been watching the Sportsman class just a moment ago. It looked like Schwalbe might have been, taking it easy. The second it came time for that second half, he leaned on it. He leaned on that back half because that's the race that really counts. Not to the comp yellow, but after the comp yellow.
Oh, and the other thing to keep in mind, too, this is the first long track we've raced on in 2014. We've been running in the bull ring, so to speak, or the Bristol kind of NASCAR racetracks, real tight, real confined, real technical. This is the first race of the year that we've run on the super speedway. And in fact, I think Taylor Snyder's got some information about the racetrack right now. Taylor, where are you?
Well, guys, we did have some rain earlier last night. Of course, the weather is still an issue today. It's about a 50% chance whether or not it will show back up. But I spoke to some of the Pro Light drivers just a second ago, and of course, it's all about tires up here, what the track condition is going to look like, whether it starts to rain or stays with this dry silt. They were all prepared to groove their tires more if need be, but so far they're sticking with what they have. Instead, what they did have to talk about is the ruts in the track. They didn't break up the track, so there's still some problems. And of course, there were some issues in qualifying with a little bit of flipping and hitting some holes in the track. So hopefully they'll be able to stay out of those holes, keep those clean lines, and hopefully the weather stays nice and dry for us here.
Thanks, Taylor. The track workers are definitely taking care of the track. They're out there doing that right now, trying to take care of those holes, those ruts, put water into it. But this is off-road racing. It's not an asphalt track. You expect holes. You expect ruts. You expect the track conditions to change, get drier as it progresses. So that's something that they'll have to adjust. If they don't make the adjustments accordingly, so be it. Live with it. But this is off-road racing, and you see a lot of variances in the track.
Well, there's two things here. You got your guys that they want to start the race with a perfect track. It'll rut up. We race what's given us, that kind of thing. But the other thing to keep in mind is if you guys, they're almost overdoing prep on the track between races. They're kind of overdoing it.
It's like Supercross. It's so pretty.
But the thing is, if they don't do that, then we lose the track completely.
Right.
Once you lose it, you can't get it back, so to speak. But then on the other hand, you got to think about it this way. They don't groom the Baja 1000.
Right.
Off-road is off-road. So you kind of got those two ways of thinking. And right now, I think Park River and the gang out here on the track are doing it the right way. They're staying ahead of it. the track to try to stay on top of it. They don't want to lose it.
But you have the purists, I'm sure, out there. And again, this is my first year into off-road truck racing. But you have the purists out there that probably enjoy seeing the holes, the ruts, let the suspension do the work. The guys with the good suspension want to see the suspension-type races. The guys that are struggling or just fighting their vehicle the entire time, they want to see that smooth track because it kind of evens the playing ground a little bit. But the purists out there, like you mentioned, the guys that came from desert racing or pure off-road probably wouldn't mind it seeing chewed up just a little bit and put it more in the driver's hands and make you make those adjustments during the race.
Well, the rougher the track is, I think the more that it favors the motocross guys with that background, like the CJ Greaves, especially in Pro Light, like Cam Reimers, maybe CJ Greaves. The guys that got the motocross background, they can read the track, they see the ruts, they know how to handle it. The ones that aren't experienced or haven't had that motocross background,
get in trouble.
I think they're the ones that are going to have the problems out there. They don't know how to read the track quite as well as the guy with the motocross. I mean, look at the guys that are running up front in the Pro 2s and Pro 4s. The guys with the moto background, they know how to read the dirt. And then you guys like Rob McCachran, who just made a living racing on dirt.
Somebody is missing something. Melissa Hansen, you know Melissa Lynn Hansen. I know her middle name even. I even know when she was born. I know her address. I know it all because she lost her driver's license. If you want to come around here and try and find me and you match the picture. Now, if this is your fake license, I'm not going to give it to you. But if this is you.
He's going to test you for your birthday.
Yeah, you lost your driver's license, and I'll give it back. But Pro Light, they are trying to prep the track, getting ready for our 3 professional races. It's been Sportsman up till now. We had 3 full races of Pro Class yesterday. We kick things off at each one of these events with the Pro Light. So let's take a look back at Bark River round number 5, because today's round 6, and check out this action of how it went down with the green flag.
Actually, this looks like Charlotte. Yeah, this is Charlotte. How about that?
Cue Charlotte. All right. So the racing was so good in Charlotte, and we just teased that. The racing was so good in Charlotte. We saw Doug Matag, right? Well, we know he did good yesterday. He won here, but we saw Doug Matag out in front right there in that one. All right, Bark River was yesterday, and now we're going to take a look at Bark River yesterday, today.
Early on, Sean Morris pulls the hole shot very quickly, though. CJ Greaves working his way to the front from mid-pack. Sean Morris goes around, something that we don't like to see him do very often.
Pirouette's not a good thing, and another pirouette by the 7 of Keegan Kincaid. He was fast, got spun around by CJ Greaves. Greaves had to serve a penalty, pulled in for quite a while.
Yeah, they held him.
Till 12th place, actually.
Yeah. Competition yellow come out, back to green flag, and there's the man. Here's, I think, where it all happened. And no, I was going to say that's where the right rear came off on Keegan Kincaid. But Doug Matag and Keegan battled for the lead for quite a while.
Yeah, there may be the case of
there it is.
That may be when it happened right there, and that was the end of his day. Checker flag come out. Doug Matag took the win. Jared Brooks second. So that helped the points for Doug Matag. Third was CJ Greaves. Fourth, Luke Johnson. And fifth went to Keegan Kincaid, even without that right rear tire on that.
Yeah, Luke had a really good run yesterday. That was nice to see him running the top 5. So Luke Johnson's getting that bugs worked out of his hot rod.
And there are the current point standings. Only a 4-point differential now with Jared Brooks. Doug Matag with that victory yesterday helped his cause a little bit, gained some ground. CJ Greaves still only 11 points back in the Pro Lights. Keegan Kincaid, they're about halfway there, and Sean Morris about halfway there to CJ Greaves.
It's got to be an interesting back in the pit area because they're teammates, Brooks and Matag. So interesting conversations, I'm quite sure. How it changes from the pits to the racetrack, who knows. But really good friends, best friends, I think. But teammates back in the pit, and they're battling for the championship, which makes for an interesting dynamic.
They raced well yesterday. We expect more of the same today. They're doing the final track preparations. I see the water trucks. I see the cat equipment now making their way off. When we come back, it'll be the Pro Lights here at Bark River for the throwdown in the UP.
If Blue Dev diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue Dev is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now?
Yep.
Manufactured here in the USA, Blue Def is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue Def, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady.
Yep.
So go get yourself some Blue Def at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The Earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Welcome back. We're here at Park River, Michigan for the throwdown in the UP, day number 2 of racing as we get ready now for the Pro Light Division. They should be coming out here at any moment for their half a lap parade lap, kind of reconnaissance, and then get staged up and take that moving green flag start. The water trucks are still out throwing a little bit. We got one dozer out as the rest of the cat equipment is pulled off to the side. We're just about ready to take the green flag, and the crowd's starting to line up on the hill here.
And let's talk about the conditions, because those of you at home watching around the world don't know what we're dealing with as far as weather. You see that AMSOIL banner, it's blowing. The Monster banner, it's blowing hard. 15, 20 miles an hour, pretty constant with some heavy gusts coming up. That does affect not only the track, but the trucks on the track, because we're reaching much faster speeds and also distances. You've talked about that one ski jump over there is huge, and where it looked like we had a headwind or tailwind in years past, you say we're having a left to right wind as they hit that jump this time.
Yeah, this is something I don't remember seeing a crosswind off the Cooper Tire Hill, so it's going to be very interesting. I predict that when they take off, if they catch the wind correctly, they'll probably, or wrong I should say, they'll probably carry the truck sideways to the right, probably a good truck length width at least. So they have to predict where to take off so they know where to land.
A little cool here today as well, but I mean, it's great. It's t-shirt weather, right on the verge of t-shirt or long sleeves, definitely not coat weather. But cool, probably right around 60 degrees this afternoon. It looks like there are some darker clouds starting to roll in to our left as we look at the track. It was a lot more blue skies earlier, and there is a boatload of rain that's going over Minnesota and to the left of us to the west. But hopefully that will stay away, and we'll see the conditions we've seen so far this weekend, which have been awesome, minus the wind. But that keeps the monster mosquitoes out of here. And if you haven't been to the UP, you have not seen these things that look like condors. They're known as mosquitoes in these part of the woods.
Well, what's been really interesting, too, here over the years, just watching the weather patterns. We've seen the rain clouds come in, but somehow, whether it be the lake effect, just to, 14 miles east of us, or just the different terrain, somehow always has split down the middle or gone to the north of us. So we're going to watch it. As you said, it's off to the left, which would be like the southwest of us. And that's kind of, we'll find out how the wind carries it around. But right now you can see on the screen, there's some of the crowd up on the hill getting ready for the Pro Light race. Just a moment ago, we were watching back in staging. So
other than those watching at home, those guys on the upper left-hand portion of the stands, they have the best vision, because in front of them is the main part of the track, and to the right is something we'll call, what do you call, a cemetery turn?
Yeah.
To the right-hand side, so there's a whole other portion to the right-hand side of the track.
There's C.J. Greaves, and actually that's the Pro 2. So.
Yeah, with the, and we designate, I see the different backgrounds, but you're right. Pro 2's getting ready as well immediately following. So there's not much of a break in action except for the track preparation.
Now that right there is actually what we call a hot pit area. And the crews are all set up there with whether it be fire extinguishers or water bottles, extra tires, jacks. It pretty much, unless you time the pit right, if you have an issue, you have to pull in the hot pits. Unless you plan it right, your day could be over with. So that competition yellow also is another factor when if you can time your pit stop right or black flag correctly, you're not out of the race.
Right.
Without that competition yellow, if you have to come into the hot pits, your day's done.
Well, we saw that, didn't we? We saw that at Prim at one of the first 2 stops. We saw, I think it was CJ had to pull in at one time. Somebody had a tire change and come out, and they still finished on the podium. All right, let's go down to Taylor Snyder, who's our pit reporter today, as they're coming out with the Pro Lights now.
Well, as you can see, the Pro Light guys are lining up right now to get on the track. They're making their way out there. And I got a chance to speak to our pole sitter, Luke Johnson, and the guy right next to him, Brad Lovell. And let me just say, these guys are on the pole. They had some issues yesterday with their truck. Hopefully they got them fixed, they said. They'll be able to perform better. But what they're a little scared of is this West Coast kid, Jarrett Brooks, young, coming in hot and ready to take that win. So let's see if these guys who are been here before, our veterans, can take out that new guy, Jarrett Brooks.
All right, thanks a lot, Taylor. Here's our lineup real quick as we're going to rip through this real fast. On the front row, on the outside, It's from Colorado. It's Brad Lovell on that Nissan. Alongside him from Southern California, the son of Ricky Johnson, it's Luke Johnson.
Doug Matag's going to start in the number 3 position on that Cooper Tire Ram, sponsored by Ethica. In 4th will be Keegan Kincaid and the Cooper Tire Nissan, sponsored by Traxxas and Cooper Tires.
The Cooper Tire entry and Synergy Electric of Jared Brooks, our current points leader and fast time here this morning in the number 77. Alongside of him, the 33 out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, the Monster Toyota of C.J. Greaves.
Sean Morris start next or behind those guys in the Maxxis Amsoil Ford. Next to him will be Travis Dinsmore on the Kinder Tire Nissan, sponsored by Ponzi and Kinder Tires.
Out of Charlotte, North Carolina, the younger brother of Jimmy Johnson, driving the Husqvarna Chevrolet. It's the 15 of Jesse Johnson. Alongside him from right here in Park River, Michigan, the Nissan of Mark Kleiman.
Be on the lookout for Cam Reimers in the 21. He'll start behind them in the Radar Ford, the SSI Decals machine. Joe Sylvester on the JSM Team Cooper Tires, Cooper Tire Ram will start next to him in the number 8.
Starting 14th in the Pro Power Nissan on Toyo Tires, it is the Nissan of Jason Janis. Alongside of him from another driver out here at Park River, it's Kyle Kleiman in the Ponzi Ford.
I think they might have switched. I think they threw a curveball to us. I think Cody may be in there today unless they switch it. Jason Janis will be behind them, and as well as Jake Sunderby. It looks like they're taking the full lap around, so a sight lap for these guys. Now they tell us, but they are doing cutting the corner. So Jason Janis in the Toyo Pro Power Nissan, as well as Jake Sunderby in the Custom Windows Plus Stack Stands Maxxis Tired Ford will start 15th in the number 58.
In the number 22, it's the SSI Decals, Ty Lube, and Maxon entry on Radar Tires. The 22 of Ian Harris alongside of him. Driving a Ram, it's the Canadi number 95 of Andrew Kosick.
He's sponsored by bodybuilding.com and Wishes for Warriors in the Cooper Tire Ram. He had some technical difficulties yesterday. Bobby Runyon next to him will be Scott Beauchamp in the number 20 on the BFG Chevy, sponsored by Stewart Manufacturing.
Starting in the back row, it's number 84 of Chris Bowser alongside of him. In the Ford on Cooper Tires, the Black Rhino Racer X entry, 54 of Brian Osborne.
So that's your field. You see the pace truck is out there. When he makes that left-hand sweeper turn, there's another flagging station up at the top. You see that scissor lift, or that lift that the camera's on. Again, this will be on the NBC Sports Network. You'll hear Tess Sewell as well as Ricky Johnson making a call. There's a cone that we cannot see out there, but you'll see a green flag in just a minute. We're ready to kick things off here in Pro Light.
Green flag is out, we're underway. Luke Johnson, that Blue Peak entry coming into turn number 1, has the whole shot. Now the track is a little greasy right now, so expect a lot of contact and a lot of slipping and sliding around.
4 wide into the first turn, and Luke Johnson turns around, does a donut, see if he can salvage. Looks like he's gonna drop back around 8th or 9th. Holding on to that top 10, looking at 3 wide over the first double.
Brad Lovell takes the lead over Doug Matag. C.J. Greaves in 3rd. Here comes Jared Brooks on the outside.
The Amsoil truck on the outside tried to stick a nose in on the inside. Doug Matag, he was fast yesterday. Where was the 44 yesterday? Not near as fast as he's showing right now.
Man, it didn't take long. We always use that analogy, cream rise to the top. But to have it done in the first half lap is simply amazing, as already the young guns are chasing down that veteran, former class champion from 2 years ago, Brad Lovell, right now at the lead.
Brad Lovell finished 17th yesterday. He's out in front right now, a position I was expecting to see. Might have been problems with the vehicle, but he's back out throwing it strong. I don't think anybody's been faster all week than Doug Matag. He's in 2nd, biding his time. Or is he? Looking at him jumping to the outside. He's trying to set up into that right-hander.
I trust you this. JT Taylor, the crew chief for Brad Lovell, the boys put their heads together and they worked on that truck overnight. But right now, Matag is past Lovell, and now Matag running up front.
So Lovell, Matag been up there 1 and 2. Keegan Kincaid in 3rd. That last time around, Brooks, Greaves, and Jesse Johnson in 6th. Morris, Dinsmore after they crossed taking the green flag that first time around. I love how they set up on that tabletop jump. Oh,
big contact. Is that Greaves? Greaves and Lovell big contact coming off that downhill jump.
I think it was Lovell into Greaves. More like Greaves got the bad end of that deal, but looking out in front, Matag really not pulling out that much.
Greaves is smoking. Greaves got a little bit of smoke coming out of that truck. Cannot detect where it's coming from yet, but he's definitely got smoke coming out of the back of that Toyota.
So the 7 of Keegan Kincaid in there as well. In 2nd place now. He's starting to put on. He was fast yesterday, no question. Now Greaves, that race, he's on the outside going up this uphill. You saw a little puff of smoke. We'll see if we can see any more of that. His father made an awesome pass in this portion yesterday in the Pro 4. He took that outside line, squared it up, and dove to the inside. Will he do the same?
I think right now track conditions are still a little bit too greasy for something like that to be able to predict this. But right now, the battle between Matag and Kincaid, it's almost like an exact replay of what we saw yesterday.
Keegan wanted that inside, didn't he? Right in that front, that left front up there on that berm.
And the way the track is right now, the way it's slick and muddy, Kincaid,
Matag.
rotated a little bit by Matag. That gave a little bit of advantage to Kincaid, but he cannot make the pass.
It looked like he was trying to turn left, and he couldn't get enough bite out of the truck to make it hook up and turn left. He was trying to shut the door, but that door was open nonetheless.
In the back section, it looks like C.J. Greaves got around Brad Lovell, so that puts, looks like Greaves up to the 4th spot, so Greaves now may be on the move.
Remember, Greaves yesterday had to acknowledge the black flag. He's in 4th right now. He looked to have a chance to win that race, but it cost him, and he rotates behind these front 2 guys.
And look at Luke Johnson. Luke Johnson now in the top 5. He's been stealth the first half of this race, moving up.
Good race up in front, though. Doug Matag, Keegan Kincaid. Keegan Kincaid in that Traxxas entry, nice yaw out of the, when you see in the whole left side of the truck, and we're looking at it from the right, you know that thing's trying to twist in the air. You talked about Luke Johnson. We see the truck's driveway. Brad Lovell up there in 4th behind Jarrett Brooks. Luke Johnson up into 5th. So once he finally got those first turn jitters, you're right, Luke Johnson might be one to watch, and I thought he was fast yesterday. He had a chance to win as well.
Yeah, and once again, it's just a nickel and dime part he's having problems with. He's always fast, but he's got these gremlins he's kind of trying to get over, and he's always finding more.
Thought I saw something behind Brooks, which would have told me, I don't know who the 4th place, so we'll have to see when they come back around. I thought I saw somebody go off the track. Might not be the case, but.
Man, Jarrett Brooks lost both rear fenders.
And that's your series points leader as well, Jarrett Brooks. He has a 4-point advantage over Doug Matag. Matag's out in front. He's effectively the points leader if it stood right now at the end of the day.
I really like what I'm seeing in Keegan Kincaid right now. Not touching our leader, but letting him know that he's there.
He's caressing him.
Oh boy, from a distance almost, from a slight distance.
Good race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th behind these front 2 as it's still Jarrett Brooks in 3rd. And Doug Matag still trying to hold off the 7, or is he? I mean, is he just out there running his race?
He's got if you got it, you might as well try to keep it. There's no saving the truck for the race if you got the lead.
3rd is still Brooks, Lovell in 4th, Greaves in 5th, Luke Johnson in 6th.
It was really interesting. Our leaders, both the trucks, both Matag and Kincaid are running different lines, but neither one is pulling on the other. Now look how straight the line is for Kincaid, which gives him advantage from the hill, but he has to lift because Matag takes the line away.
Speaking of Matag, him in the back end right there, and almost was Keegan Kincaid. I love that, because if you're taking different lines, you're opening yourself up for a pass. You're not going to pass anybody following his tracks. But he's on the outside.
Kincaid had it, but he had to just a little bit turn to the right in that left-hand turn, which lost momentum, but Kincaid's not lifting a bit. He may be completing the pass on the outside.
And it looks like he did. Yeah, he shut the door on him. He kept the grip going and set it up in the air. He was turned, and now we've got a 3-way battle. Look at Jarrett Brooks, who's been the fastest this season, a young kid, number 77, back there in 3rd.
I'm telling you right now, Kincaid flexed his muscle right there. He made the pass on the outside of the most difficult part of this racetrack, and now it looks like he may be pulling away.
But again, we will have a competition caution at the halfway point. Jarrett Brooks, that's the guy to look for in 3rd. The 77 wants to get up to 2nd. You don't want to be in 3rd. You've got to pass 2 guys. When you only have 1 to deal with, that's a whole nother story. Still, Brooks in 3rd, Lovell 4th, Greaves 5th, Luke Johnson, Jesse Johnson, and Sean Morris rounding out the top 8.
Oh, Brooks took a look at the inside of the tag for the cemetery turn. Now look how wet and greasy it looks back there.
But it gives a different line. If the driver that you were behind, if he makes a mistake, you can get around. If you follow him and he makes a mistake, you might get caught up in it.
So it looks like Matag running in 2nd. And I got to give it to Brooks right now because it looks like he's biding his time a little bit. He's kind of sizing up where everybody's going in their lines.
He looked a lot like Kincaid earlier.
Exactly, yeah. I think he's just waiting his time right now.
Man,
He's studying the top two.
What a race for these top 3 guys. But you're right, Jared Brooks back in 3rd, looks fast. But I know he wants to be in 2nd at least for the restart. Competition yellow is coming out this next time around. Let's see. There's only a couple of turns, and we'll see if Brooks can make that pass. Matag's trying to get out in front and get by Kincaid. Matag, and Brooks with only 2 turns remaining.
And Greaves just got around Brad Lovell. So Greaves now into the 4th spot.
So as they take the competition yellow, it's still going to hold on. Kincaid, Matag, and Brooks. Watch the following behind them, as it looks like CJ Greaves is going to finish in 4th for the first half.
Man,
oh, Luke, get in there.
Looks like Johnson may have peeked the inside, and Lovell trying to move up 1 spot right before the flag.
Didn't happen.
No.
But look, he dropped back at least to 10th place and worked his way up to 4th and was in 5th for a portion of that race. So he still has something for this second half. We're looking at the 84 of Chris Bowser out there as he's one of the remaining drivers getting ready for the second half of this race with this competition yellow.
As the rest of the field crosses the line, they'll have to get on that throttle a little bit to work their way around to pick up the rest of the field for this competition yellow.
All right, that's it. We're going to take a break for a second. Competition yellow. We'll come back with the second half of the Pro Lights right after this.
When you take that checkered flag and you're standing top on the box, you're proud to have AMSO on your shirt. But I tell you what, when you take that motor apart in the dyno room and you look at those bearings and you see how great they are, you're really proud to be an AMSO driver and to be representing a team that has product that's that good.
This is definitely one of the most exciting pro light races out here, and of course on a legendary Bark River track. But there are 2 important battles going on out here. The first 3 are Keegan Kincaid, Doug Matag, and Jarrett Brooks, all really close together. And of course we have that second battle going on, which is CJ Greaves, Brad Lovell, and Luke Johnson out there. So it's going to be really exciting once this yellow flag drops to see how bunching them back together will affect these 2 battles and who will definitely come out on top.
Thanks a lot, Taylor, and we'll see how those front 3 do as they take the green flag for the second half. We're 5 laps down, 5 more still to go. It's about to get good here, Scott, like it wasn't good already.
Man, from 4th, 5th on back, look at the snootful these guys are getting roosted by. Just mud flying everywhere up into that cockpit.
And CJ Greaves back in 4th. Looks like he's trying to put the pressure on early and try and get by Jared Brooks.
Nice jump for Keegan Kincaid, already about 3, maybe 4 car length lead. So that's exactly what he's got to do. He's got to check out right now.
Brad Lovell back in 5th. Luke Johnson really squares it up, and he's going to have a run right there on that top 5. Look at Luke Johnson going at it. Ricky Johnson, his father's not spotting for him now because he's actually doing the color commentary call for the NBC Sports Network. So I wonder who's talking to Luke right now, but he's in his ear telling him to take that inside line.
Well, whoever's doing it is doing a heck of a job right now because it looks like the Bucks may have gotten work out of that truck just in time for this race. He's always shown flashes of speed. Oh, contact made between him and Lovell. A little upset on that suspension a little bit by Luke Johnson, but was able to save it and save that position.
And he make the pass. He's in 5th now. He was in 6th at this restart, so he's caught up to 5th. And the last lap of the previous half, he was the quickest of all of our drivers.
When you factor in all the different jumps, the track conditions, dry, slick, mud, wet, whatever it may be, it's simply amazing because we looked at the lap times right before the competition yellow, and 2 1/1000ths of a second separated Luke Johnson's fast lap from Doug Matag's
Right.
fast lap. 2 1,000s, absolutely astounding.
Still Keegan Kincaid in the 7. Well, that Cooper-tired Nissan out in front, separating himself just a little bit ahead of Doug Matag. In third place, still Jarrett Brooks, CJ Greaves. They look like they were that first lap in the second half. The only one really closing, I think, might be Luke Johnson, and he might be closing a little bit. We'll look at the lap times. 1:26.6, the fastest lap times. Doug Matag that time around.
Yeah, our top 3 drivers, the only ones that broke into that 126 second bracket. So Luke Johnson 127, CJ Greaves 126, 1, 2, and 3 all in the 126 area. Fourth on back 127, 129 by Brad Lovell. So
but our
the lap times vary a lot.
1, 2, 3. Our top 3 only separated by 2.5 seconds. Our top 4 now only 2.5 seconds. So one bobble and this whole thing can get shaken up quickly. I do not see Luke Johnson this time in 5th.
No.
So something happened to him and he dropped out. But let's see how aggressive these front 4 look right now. I don't know. Keegan Kincaid, he looks strong. Now we got a pass for the second position. Jarrett Brooks on the inside. Can he hold it on? Matag's going to be set up into this left. Matag holds on to it. We'll see if Brooks can get a hard drive on that outside again.
Oh, man. Matag made a great turn. But here comes Brooks the inside.
He guarded it.
Door handle. Teammates right there. Rub and paint. How about that? Neither driver's 18 years old.
Don't you think Matag guarded that outside? You know, knowing that his teammate Brooks was going to be out there, and he opened the door because Brooks thought ahead of it.
I wonder if the spotters are standing next to each other up in the spotters area. Here comes Jarrett Brooks right back to the inside through that cemetery corner. Brooks now has the inside line all the way around.
Look how low Jarrett Brooks is going. Here comes CJ's coming in there out of nowhere.
Greaves is making it 3 wide to the cemetery turn. They make contact.
And they're still on it. And Greaves goes from 4th to 3rd and almost into 2nd in a blink of an eye. None of those drivers let off one bit.
Not a bit. Luke Johnson back on the track, but he's about to go 1 lap down, so something did happen in the back.
Smoking Brooks has got something wrong. Is it tires rubbing something, or does he have something wrong with the motor? Oh, man.
Something in the rear end of that
That's your
truck.
series points leader.
It looks like something in the right rear on that race truck. We'll see it right now. Looks like it's probably a tire.
He's going to have to pull off and get a tire change, and we're after that competition yellow. He's just trying to salvage as many points as he can. The guy who was 2nd, only 4 points behind, Doug Matag, is up there near the front, so he's going to lose that points lead. Matag's going to acquire it if he can stay out in front, but he's got a lot of pressure from CJ Greaves right now in 3rd.
So that was due to contact, I'm sure, with CJ Greaves in the middle of that sandwich.
Right.
That was due to contact with Greaves. That was just flat out racing, man. I'm surprised there weren't more flat tires than that.
Keegan Kincaid out in front, Doug Matag in 2nd, CJ Greaves in 3rd, 8 laps down. I believe they should get the white flag possibly the next time around. And Luke Johnson's just in front of our leader, and he's fast, but if you're keeping a leader's pace, that could cause some problems. It might bunch the field up a little bit more, too, and close that 2.5 second gap that Kincaid had over Matag.
He was running lap times equal to that of the leader, so he's not just going to, he's the kind of driver, he might pull off to the side and let the leaders race.
But he's also a guy that was right around that top 5 in points, so he's trying to salvage points as well. Look at that race, Doug Matag in the 81, CJ Greaves just behind him. They're going after it for the championship. CJ goes to the inside. You can see some blue groove. That's the driest portion of the course we've seen all day today.
There's also some blue groove back in that dogleg area just past the cemetery turn where all that contact was made, so it's real slick back there as well. And I'm telling you right now, CJ is faster than Matag. He's just trying to find that spot where there's a hole on the track that he can jump through and get by Matag.
He's getting really good drive, and I like his lines. His dad's probably making the calls for him up there, and Dad knows his place, probably knows it so well. That might have been why he didn't show up for the Pro 4 practice this morning. But CJ is trying to close in on 2nd, and now we see the situation where Luke Johnson may be slowing up Keegan Kincaid a little bit up in front.
Yeah, last time by, Greaves had the fastest lap time out of everybody.
By 0.3 of a second over Matag, so.
Oh, here we go. Oh, it's going to be a sandwich. Luke Johnson's going to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, Keegan Kane now look behind. There's CJ on the inside. He's in the blue groove. Look at this. We saw 3 wide here a moment ago. It's only going to be 2 this time. And the next time around, they will receive the white flag. So CJ only has so much time. A tag is trying to hold him off for about a lap and a half.
Actually, it looks like it's out right now. The white flag is out right now. Our leader's up in that left side of the course, or right side of the course. Greaves goes inside of a tag. They make contact. Door handle. Greaves will now take second.
So yes, the checkered flag will be coming out. So this is it. I must have missed the first half of that, or somebody did. Either way, but the white flag is now going to be replaced to a checkered. Look at Greaves. He's getting that pressure from a tag again. Look at the race for second. The race for the lead's out. I mean, he's done. Keegan Kane's going to win this thing if he keeps it on 4 wheels. But look at this. Matag going back at it again.
Matag, perfect corner, squared it up, tried the inside line. It's not going to happen. That back of that truck is hopping through the air. Kincaid will take the win. CJ Greaves second, third. We're going to duck Matag.
I hate seeing Luke Johnson come across a lap down because he definitely could have been in that mix. Brad Lovell, it looks like the 44, holding on for 4th. Good to see him recover from that 17th place finish yesterday as drivers still racing through the pack. The 20 and the 42 still going at it for position.
How about that, crossing the line? Brian Osborne, great run by him.
Mark
Joe Sylvester finishes 6th. 42 of Mark Kleiman comes across the line, battling. Local guys, yeah, both local guys. Nice run for them, both in the top 10. Cam Reimer, Sean Morris, 9th and 10th.
Andrew Cossack coming across, the number 9 as well, of Bobby Runyon, who had, I think it's tie rod problems I thought I saw on his Facebook yesterday.
Yeehaw.
Jesse Johnson coming across. I'm sure he's not so happy. And Jared Brooks just now coming across and having that flat tire with less than 2 laps to go. Well, the pro lights have been completed. What a race, Scott Rain. The fans here in the stands, they were cheering as well, but I'm sure there were some people watching on their computers at home that were probably pretty stoked about the situation as well.
Well, I got to throw out to the camera guys here this weekend. I mean, this is not the perfect conditions for these guys to do their jobs. I mean, with the wind, how can you keep those cameras steady to focus in and provide the quality pictures that we're getting? This is great.
Yeah, Ray, I believe he may be up there on the top, and he's getting the brunt of it. Camera number 1, he told me that's what he was. But yeah, the wind's blowing to the side. These are big, heavy cameras and trying to hold on, but they're used to it. As long as it's not rainy, I think they're happy right now. But what a race in pro lights. Exactly what we've seen the entire year. But unfortunately for Jared Brooks, he got in that sandwich that we saw, and it's going to cost him the points lead. And in his case, I hope it doesn't cost him a championship, even though there are several races still remaining. All right, we're going to step away for just a moment. Scott Rain, it's getting windy out here. You better batten down the hatches. Taylor, she's making her way over to the victory podium, and we'll hear from our winner as he climbs out of the truck right after this.
Fire and EMS professionals often use gas-powered tools and depend on this equipment to start when needed. That's why they use VP Small Engine Fuel, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. It's designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP Small Engine Fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
Well, you see me.
Yeah.
I'm starting to batten down the hatches now. I'm getting all the dust off of me. I didn't know I was coming to a summertime event and I would need a jacket. It's starting to get chillier here. Probably in the.
You've heard technology, right?
Yeah.
Your smartphone has location on it.
I
okay,
call it
Bark River.
It's my dumb phone. But 60 sounds great when you're used to 90 degrees at home. But welcome everybody here to Bark River. It's starting to get a little bit chilly, but the wind is really picking up. Actually, it's calmed down this very second. But 15, 20-mile-an-hour winds, but gust up to 30, 35 at the end. It's starting to dry out the track. We're seeing some of the track changes.
Yeah, in fact, sounds like Taylor Snyder has got our winners. Taylor?
Thanks, Scott. That's right. I'm down here with some pretty excited guys from ProLite, and what a race that was. I'm going to start with our third-place finisher, Doug Matag. Now, Doug, there was a lot of battles going on out there. You held the lead for a while. You were battling with your friend and teammate, Jarrett Brooks. Luckily, you were able to seize that opportunity when he got a flat tire. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the start of the race, I got up front, and I was pumped on that. And me and the team made a change on my truck last night after the win, and we were just trying to push and go faster, and we went the opposite way, unfortunately. But I can't thank them enough for working their butts off, and all the fans out here for supporting and everybody like that. And bummer for my teammate. He's been on the podium every single round except for this one, so we were battling out, and he ended up getting a flat. So we'll come back at Crandon going for the win. And I can't thank my sponsors enough. No Grady, RDE Transmissions, Cooper Tires, COD, AMSOIL, RC10.com, everybody.
All right, well, big congratulations, Doug, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of you from, Crandon.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be coming in.
All right, well, let's move on over to our second-place finisher, CJ Greaves. CJ, we saw you up here yesterday, too. Quite a battle you were having out there. There was another battle going on behind the top 3 leaders in the first half of that race, and that was with Brad Lovell and Luke Johnson. Luckily, after that yellow flag, you were able to bunch him back up and seize your opportunity. And, of course, on that last lap, take us through that part.
Yeah, I got off to a decent start. I started third row, and then I made a little mistake all on my own and over-rotated and let Brad and Luke go by, and then I had my work cut out for me to try to get around them before the half, and I ended up coming around 4th, right behind the top 3 guys, and we all got into it in the back. I think Jared slid a little wide and got into Doug, and then we all hit off the jump, and unfortunately, Jared got a flat tire, but from there on, we just kept our head down and kept digging. I mean, we're here for the points championship, and we're just going to keep going.
All right, what can we expect to see out of you from Crandon? Because we know this is not the position you like to be in. You like to be in one more up there.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be up on the podium. I mean, every podium is definitely better than having something else go wrong, and we're in it for the points hunt, so we're just going to keep chugging away and hopefully come out with a championship.
Well, consistency is key, so I can't wait to see what comes out of you in Crandon.
Thank you. I can't thank my mom and dad, my sister, all my family, the Lord for keeping me safe, all you fans for coming out here, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Method Wheels, AMSOIL, Troy Lee Designs, everyone that helps us, big thanks to them.
All right, well, congratulations to CJ Greaves. Moving on up to our leader up here, a little tall, Keegan Kincaid. Keegan, you had some issues yesterday with your tire. It looks like, again, you had a flat tire today, but luckily this did not stop you from making the top spot on the podium. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be up right here now and seeing all my crew and everybody, all my family here. And I got to say happy Father's Day to my dad. You know, I never got an opportunity to, so he's out there, but he's the main part I'm here. But we just had bad luck this year, and to come out here and finally be on the podium and in the top spot, I just can't thank my team, Traxxas, Cooper Tires, everybody that's behind me, Fox, Mastercraft Safety. We're just happy to be up here, and hopefully you can continue.
This definitely was about redemption today, and I know this is one of your favorite tracks, and of course some awesome fans out here watching you today. But what does it mean going into Crandon with this new attitude, with the win under your belt?
Oh, it means everything. You know, I feel like I had some bad luck and a chip on my shoulder, but finally get it off and hopefully continue this momentum into Crandon is just huge for me.
All right, well, you saw that race up there, and you heard it from the guys here. So give it up for all of your ProLite podium finishers, Doug Matag, CJ Greaves, and Keegan Kincaid.
All right, so welcome back here, and I think Taylor pointed out a few things, or I think CJ pointed out a few things, and those guys that, you know, they're in it for the points. It's a long points battle. Now Doug Matag will be the points leader after a great run here today. when I'm looking at Keegan Kincaid's races up to this point, 7th, 4th, 10th, 19th, 5th, all over the board. Jarrett Brooks, on the other hand, didn't finish any worse than 3rd. He has his one bad day. Will it cost him?
You know, it's a long season. It kind of is, it kind of isn't, but every point counts. And these guys go all the way back to race 1. They don't like save their trucks for the first half and then make a run at it for the second half. Every single point counts. But I don't know if you noticed watching that interview of our top 3 finishers, the roles were kind of reversed. I was kind of watching Doug Matag's reaction. He didn't smile a bit up there. He was not happy. Opposite of what we saw yesterday or earlier in the season, every time he's in the podium, I love the competitive nature. That's my point. I love the competitive nature of these young guys up there. CJ Greaves, kind of smiling, kind of not. He was on the podium, that's all he cared about. But you know what? Crap on that. He wants to be the top spot. Come on.
You're right.
We all know the Greaves boys. They want that top spot.
Looking at him at tag, he's got the 2 wins on this year, but he has yet to finish outside that top 5. He has one of those championship kind of runs going right now. He's going to be the points leader. Consistency wins championship. I know it's a cliche, but right now, Doug Matag has been the most consistent in the Pro Lights class.
We'll take a quick look at the race we just had with the Pro Light. I got to say, early on, it was a great run by Luke Johnson. I thought it might have had something for the guys here this afternoon.
A horrible first turn, though. Watch him here in the 14 as he makes the right, and then more right, and then more right.
And too much right.
Yeah. 4 rights equal straight away, I think. And he dropped back right around that top 10. Doug Matag, he really picked it up. And Brad Lovell, who we saw finish 17th yesterday, he was battling for the lead early on.
And then at the drop of the green flag, there's what we're talking about.
That was the
3
contact.
wide, yeah. Now, there's a little bit of technology, about these bead locks. We'll have to talk about that later on, but there's something about that, those bead locks, to prevent flat tires from contact. Again, Keegan Kincaid, last couple laps, just basically ran away with it.
Yeah, the Traxxas truck looks strong. The race was behind him. You see 3 guys wide there for just a moment. Doug Matag trying to hold off CJ Greaves until CJ gets inside on one of the slipperiest turns of the entire track. A little blue groove, but checker flag comes out, taking the victory. And the win goes to Keegan Kincaid 2nd, CJ Greaves, Doug Matag in 3rd. So first victory of the 2014 season, and they're doing a little track prep, trying to take care of some of that blue groove and get ready for the Pro 2 here in just a moment, the Pro 2-wheel drive. All right, so we'll step aside for just a minute. You see the course workers out there. They're trying to make it as good as possible. It's a great day here at Bark River, Michigan. It's a throwdown in the UP, stop number 6 of TORC, the Off-Road Championship.
I'm one of the owners for Total Chaos Fabrication. I'm also one of the drivers. We have to test our equipment. You have one opportunity to nab the money shot. I have to believe that it's going to be accessible and it's not going to fail on me. We'll travel with equipment like external WD hard drives. We have to trust that the equipment's going to protect our data. I have to believe in what I'm using and I have to have trust in it.
As the velocity of change in the world increases, so does the promise of opportunity. For over 86 years, we've stayed true to the belief that if you put quality in, you get quality out. No matter the job, our equipment is built for it. No matter the ask, our dealers are up for it. No matter the challenge, you'll be ready for it. Build on a company that's built for it.
They took them out of the race. Welcome back here to Bark River, Michigan. It's a throwdown in the UP. Just done with the Pro Light, getting ready now for Pro 2. Still working on that track, and again, we got to throw it out to these cat guys. Provided some fantastic equipment, almost like a Sunday drive for these guys out here to be working on a racetrack. Not like what we used to see when we were little kids on all these highway workers on these big equipment where they were wide open out in the elements, and right now they're probably cranking, who knows, Jimmy Buffett or something inside these carpeted interiors.
Yeah, good jump. I believe they're doing last call for our raffle here. So if you have not bought a raffle ticket, the 50-50, they're doing last call. I don't know, it's a raffle and the 50-50. They're not the same thing, though, right? They are the same thing. So they're doing last call. So those of you around the world that are watching wonder what the heck are you talking about? Last call. That's not what I'm thinking of. They actually had a raffle here, a 50-50 drawing yesterday, and over $2,800. A guy won. It looked like he had about 10 tickets. They were $1 tickets. So he had $10 worth of tickets. He won $2,822. So last call.
Let's take a look at some Pro 2 action that we had yesterday before the race here today. Real interesting start. We had Ari Leindyke Jr. and Steve Barlow on the front row, but it was all about Chad Horde yesterday afternoon, working his way through the field, gets by Steve Barlow, tracking down Jeff Kincaid. How much of a Cinderella story was it for a local kid to do well?
Yeah, no, that was awesome. It lives, what, 20 miles from here, just right down the road. I passed the exit towards his, towards his house. C.J. Greaves was in there. He was fast yesterday in both of his classes. In both times, he was in position for the win, and he started out second in the restart. But then we have a little contact and even more contact. Neither driver's fault. It's just a racing incident, but it took them both out of the equation for the win.
There's Andy Zipper had an issue with a little bit of a fire. They got that taken care of. Meanwhile, all of a sudden it turned into a CJ and Chad Horde battle, and CJ was on the move. He was reeling in Chad towards the end of that race.
Yeah, I said it took him out of position to win. No, he still had a shot to win, but not near as good a shot as if he wouldn't have spun the truck around. Chad looks so good in that number 9. I mean, he's a points leader coming in, and he stretched out that distance with the victory, and C.J. Greaves put all kinds of pressure, but he couldn't put enough to phase him yesterday.
Yeah, and this hill came alive right at that point yesterday afternoon. They just were so excited. Everybody's on their feet, so Chad Horde takes the win. And, yeah, you don't see emotion like this out of him very often, but that was cool to see right there, too. And especially throw out a big word out to Barlow, finishing on the podium for the first time this year.
In the CAD truck, as you take a look at the points, he separated himself a little bit further from C.J. Greaves. Chad Horde now with a 13-point advantage. Jared Johnson, Mike Jenkins, and Ari Leindyke now into the top 5, rounding out that top 5 again with about 40 less in those top 2 drivers. So will we see a repeat today? Chad Horde, C.J. Greaves going at it. Ari Leindyke, we see him 5th in points. Ari said he's starting to finally figure out this track. It's probably not an easy track to figure out right off the bat in one day of practice.
Well, we talked about this yesterday. I think the biggest thing you got to come to figure out is these corners aren't true, nice, oval kind of corners. You start to turn a little bit of a straight, again, they kind of get egg-shaped, and trying to negotiate these corners, almost like you have to set up the truck once or twice through the corners to get the rotation
Double
down.
apex or decreasing radius type turns.
And then you got to keep up your momentum through that same corner, too.
Right. I agree. And elevations here as well. The elevation changes just in the first turn. Once they take that hilltop, what would you say? At least 25, 30, 40 feet of elevation from the bottom here raising up. I'd say 30 or 40 at least.
At least, yeah, minimum.
But all that weight, though, means that you're putting weight on the front end coming into that. That means your front end's trying to bite, the rear end's not. So if you're trying to turn with the front end and two-wheel drive, the back end's wanting to swap around, just like we saw with Luke Johnson just a moment ago. When you're diving in the front, the rear's lightened up.
And that's, I mean, what's kind of neat in these trucks is that we talked about this earlier this season. Some of the guys have dual brake pedals that kind of overlap each other.
Right and left?
Yeah.
Right and left or front and back?
Front and back, but the thing is you can adjust the brake bias also with a little valve off to the side. So some of the guys got that overlapping pedal, so you can hit both pedals and have both brakes actuate or just one or the other. So there's that, and again, obviously while the racing's going on, they can adjust that brake bias. That's really important. So while the race is going on, like I said, they are working inside that cockpit with the shifting, with the braking, with the turning. You're talking to your spotter, you're listening, you're hitting the button.
Pull the tear-offs.
Yeah, the whole 9 yards, plus you're adjusting the brake bias. And the thing is, you could turn it the wrong way and really screw up the handling of that truck.
Been there.
So,
Well, the Pro 2s are good. I even see
what's that little one in the back there?
That's a small Pro 2 right there. No, they've got some some carts that they're going to go 6 to 12 years after we have our pro racing. The kids are going to go out there, the future stars of TORC, the Off-Road Championship. But the Pro 2s are about to go here in just a moment. And, of course, the Pro 4s are lined up as well. So we'll take a step back for just a moment, come back here at Bark River, Michigan, the 6th round of TORC, the Off-Road Championship, right after this.
Emergency safety crews depend on their gas-powered equipment to start when they need it. That's why they use VP small engine fuels, formulated with no ethanol to prevent fuel system damage and ensure easier starts. Designed for both 2- and 4-cycle engines. Try VP small engine fuels for your gas-powered tools so they'll start when you need them. Order online at homedepot.com or visit your local dealer.
crap out of him.
Once again, welcome back, everybody, here to Bark River, Michigan. It's day 2 of the Throwdown in the UP. We're just moments away from bringing out the Pro 2 race. We got 10 entries coming out here trackside, and I'm going to, for the first time this week, I'm going to throw it out to you. What's your prediction for this race? Who do you got?
Man, why you got to do that?
That's why, because I can.
Looking at points, you'd have to say Chad Horde. Looking at the hometown favoritism, you know, and the track experience, I would say Chad Horde. But CJ's look fast. I would have to say, in my mind, my educated opinion, I'd have to say CJ would probably be the one that I would pick, just because he's had a couple of bobbles that's cost him wins, but he has been there every single time in this class. Remember, he got hooked up and still caught back up with Horde in round number 5 yesterday. You're going to tell me Horde, aren't you? Your pick.
When I go to Vegas, I donate. I don't gamble. I just
same here.
I donate.
Same
but
here.
I'm going to gamble. I'm going to throw a dark horse out there, and I'm going to throw out Jarrett Johnson.
Okay.
He's due. I mean, he's getting a little bit faster and a little bit faster.
He was 6 yesterday.
He's getting that truck figured out. And the thing is, I mean, he had nothing but bugs at the beginning of the season. Just stupid things. And I think this track falls into his driving style. So he's starting on the pole. So
Steve Barlow, another guy to look at.
Yeah.
In the Cat truck, he finished 3rd yesterday. He's going to start in 4th, but he's another guy. Again, you got to get to that competition yellow, really. That's where the race, within the race starts, is that second half.
Well, I got kind of motivation behind picking Jarrett Johnson, too. So if Jarrett does very well today, I can give Jim a call from Husqvarna and kind of get on him a little bit for not being here.
Let's talk about the inverted start a little bit. We see Chad Horde was yesterday's winner, where the points guy who's out in front, and CJ Greaves. So he's the points leader. He's actually starting in 6th, and CJ starting in 5th. Why is that?
Well, you go out there. It's to the they start with how you finished in the race.
Okay.
And then they pull a number. I think it was this morning at the drivers' meeting, I believe. I'm not sure when they do it, but they pick a number.
Popsicle stick or a ping pong ball or something.
It's either 3 or 6. So obviously this number 6 was pulled, and that's what they invert.
That's where the leader will start, and they work their way back.
It kind of keeps when we qualify on day 1 of the weekend, and then we go according to finishing order on day 2, and then you kind of throw a wrench in the middle of it and have that invert.
Minus our lights actually did get to qualify this morning, though. That's a big class. I think that's good that they had that re-rack again. So, and that is the only race that we've had complete here today as far as the pros are concerned. Had some sportsman class racing. We're going to be back here in about a month to Bark River, Michigan for the big race, the one that was scheduled. Again, this is a fill-in race, one that thank goodness this facility is here and the fans turned out, and it's gone off with great success so far. Thank goodness they were able to offer up this date, because we were originally supposed to be at Gateway Park in St. Louis, and it's down in the floodplain, and they had a lot of floods come through there, and they're actually getting quite a bit of rain came through there today. So thank you
got to
everybody
understand
here.
that the Lions Club, they spend an entire year planning, working
for that one race,
designing. I mean, all their marketing, everything, working this racetrack, cutting the grass, all the track improvements for the fans as well as on the track. It takes an entire year to do all that. And then it was 5 weeks ago we were in Charlotte, and we knew then that there was going to be a problem with St. Louis just because of the floodplain on the Mississippi River, which the racetrack falls within that parameters.
Right.
And that there's just no way a track was going to be able to be built in time because of the muddy conditions. So, I mean, one phone call at Charlotte, and the Lions Club stepped up and said, heck yeah, we want you here. And they grabbed the bull by the horns, and they did all this within a 4-week time span. So kudos to the Lion Club.
It's good for the fans, too, though, because, I mean, these are off-road people. These are your people. You're the voice of off-road. That's what your email says. I mean, but you get to see these fans come out, and then they get the opportunity to see it twice, where they thought they were only going to get to see it once. But you'll see a lot of these fans move on to Crandon, Wisconsin. It looks like Taylor Snyder's down there as Pro 2s get ready. Taylor, what do you got for us for Pro 2?
Well, the weather is definitely going to come back into play for this race, and especially for one of the drivers, Steve Barlow. Now, he was pretty sick yesterday, and the important thing today is the wind. It's throwing up a lot of dust, and that's definitely affecting him with his trouble already breathing out there. He has no voice, but he's definitely got young gun CJ behind him. So let's see if this veteran can hold on, hold out with the dust, and make it back on that podium today.
Yeah, without a doubt, never thought of that. This, the dusty and the wind, how it's going to affect Steve, because he was in the hospital 2 days ago with bronchitis, so can't be easy for him right now.
Nope, and Barlow will start in 4th, just ahead of CJ Greaves, Chad Horde on that 3rd row. So your pick, Jared Johnson in the 7-4.
I'm donating today, yeah.
You want to go through, let's go ahead and go through our Pro 2 starting grid. Starting in 10th, Mike Jenkins out of Plano, Texas on that Cooper Traxxas Cooper Tires Ram. In 9th, Jeff Kincaid on the Cooper Tires Traxxas Ford out of Argonne, Wisconsin.
Andy Zipper's out there, number 76, that white Ford. Alongside of him, that orange Chevy out of Monona, Iowa. The Maxxis Tires Champions Trail Ready B-Locks is number 3 of Justin Keener.
What do you think about this guy? Can he do it again? Starting 6th in the Maxxis Boss Snowplow Amsoil Maxxis Nissan out of Felch, Michigan, Chad Horde. And in 5th, CJ Greaves will be out there out of Abrams, Wisconsin on that Maxxis Monster Toyota. He was 2nd yesterday, trying to improve that today.
Starting that 4th spot out of Temecula, California, driving that Cat Equipment number 2, Steve Barlow. Alongside of him, that Gunk Lubricant Genius Tools Cooper Tires entry number 25 of Ari Lyondike Jr.
What about in 2nd, the number 91 Maxxis Tires, Tyree Motorsports, Diffenbach Construction Ford. That is Nick Tyree out of San Diego, and his next door neighbor out of El Cajon, California, Maxxis Husqvarna Chevrolet Powered Machine. That is Jarrett Johnson in the 7-4. So we'll see how they do. This has been a strong field. Again, we haven't had any snoozers at any stop, at any class of TORC the Off-Road Championship this year. And we race to that competition yellow, and then we race to the checkered after that.
It's going to be really interesting. I would love to see Nick Tyree to have a really good run. Super, super nice guy. Really hungry, but he's got a brand new truck right now, Key Stamper built chassis. Done a ton of work on that thing, and he just wants a good run. It'd be great to see him have it today.
Let's see Jared Johnson. He's on the inside closest to the stands. We're fired up here. Pro 2 about to start. Who's going to get the whole shot?
Pace truck's off the track. Green flag is waving. Here we go to turn 1. Pro 2, Jared Johnson with the whole shot.
And a face full of roofs for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Lyondike back into 3rd now, and is CJ Greaves on the outside. Will he make the pass and get up there into 3rd? He's going to be on the inside, but remember, they just watered the track, and CJ takes over 3rd.
That did not take long. Ari Lyondike 4th, Chad Horde 5th, Steve Barlow in the 6th spot.
Now we're seeing Horde back there. You see him on the inside of that red truck. He takes over 4th position, but it's going to be a drag race down that straightaway and making that right-hand turn up the hill. Green flag, that means go to this 10-lap Pro 2 rear-wheel drive race.
Already kind of a nice gap. The guys getting positions all set, but look at the front spot. Tyree running at 2nd. Greaves just buried in that roost right now.
That inside was really slick earlier. Now look at Greaves on the outside trying to get by Tyree. Look for his run. He'll square it up early as they make that left to try and set up just a little bit earlier to make that run toward that big catapult jump.
Whoa, Jared Johnson got a little sideways in the air coming down the Cooper Tire Hill, was able to correct it, maintains the lead, and CJ Greaves slides into 2nd. Slides right in front of Tyree, so he'll take 2nd.
Tyree drops back to 3rd. Chad Horde starting to work his way. He's up into 4th. Now he's on that left rear quarter panel of Tyree, but CJ Greaves goes to the inside trying to get by Jared Johnson.
Side by side coming on the hill, Greaves on the outside, trying to get the advantage. Before they get to the corner, he'll keep that outside line all the way through the corner.
Johnson does good by not running in there too hard, but by being cautious about it, he gets a face full of roofs from CJ Greaves. Watch CJ. That's a perfect downside. Everybody else clipping it just a little bit. CJ Greaves out in front. There is Johnson in 2nd. Show Horde into 3rd. Horde goes to the inside, and he's done over 2 times back on the wheels.
Chad Horde hits the inside tire barrier and just enough to lift him up on the side.
It looks like a little exhaust fire underneath, starting to fire it up. He wants to pull out of here. He's going again. Listen to the crowd cheering him on.
It looks like he's got right front, let's see, right front or left front damage is hard to tell, but that truck is hurt.
They're both lit up. Yeah, he's turning in.
Take a quick look at this. Here comes on the right side of the screen. He's already hooked the tire marker, I should say, and that's what launched him up over the side. He was already up on 2 wheels, and he hit that white painted tire on the inside. It was just enough to lift him up and over. Here we go, a better shot of it. Right there, use it as a ramp. He may have bent the tie rod on the left side.
Oh, he bent some stuff. There's no question of it. It was one of those cases, I think he wanted to keep the left front tire right on the edge of that inner berm. And when he over-rotated, he went beyond that inner edge.
It may be a ball joint now because that thing has just dropped down now.
Or shock mount. I mean, there's no telling. The whole left front looks like it's collapsed down.
So there will be no repeat for Chad Horde.
And he was fast. I still, you know, CJ proved that he was strong. But watch Horde. He tried to get that left front on the edge, and that's where you want it. But right there, he's already crashed at that point. He's just hanging on for dear life. One rotation with a twist. And the second flip. And yeah, there's got to be some damage on there. It looks like the truck was sitting somewhat upright then, but something has collapsed in the meantime on that.
There's a great shot. He's got his window net down. He's still belted inside that truck. I see Taylor Snyder down there as well, talking to some of the crew members, but
Tony Bachhoven as well.
Kind of not working too hard or too briskly on that thing. It looks like their day may be done.
Well, there's no hurry to get out. If you know your race is done.
Well, here's the thing, though. He's a points leader. They're going to try and do something to this truck if they're able to get back on the track to at least get some points.
He's going to get 9, right? Because he completed a few laps. At least 9th. But I don't see any way that you could get drive from that left front as far as it being able to roll.
Well, here's my question. This is part of the rules that I'm not sure about. If he doesn't finish, does he still get the points for starting the race?
Yeah, I would think so. You'd have to start the race, but he's going to get 9th place finish points, even if it's a DNF. I would think. And again, that's just me guessing.
That's why. Yeah,
if it's a DNS, it's one thing. If you don't make the start, but he completed a full lap, and then that happened. Actually, did he get? Oh, I'd like to thank the guys here from the crew. You want hamburger or do you want?
Sheriff brought in that mess?
The brat? Yeah,
Oh,
I'm going
yeah.
brat.
Thank
In
you,
case
sir.
you haven't checked out the food
stand.
concessions,
Wow.
I'm going to test out this very delicious.
French fry.
I'm a Texas boy trying to check out these brats. It's good too, but I'm looking at my sheet and we see 1 lap complete. So they do have 1 lap in the book. He was scored in 9th, so he did come across with a 1:44 lap time. So 1 full lap was complete. Well, they're lining them up, getting ready to go here, and there goes the pace truck. So now it's time to get them going again. Greaves, Johnson, Tyree, your top 3. Steve Barlow back and forth.
There's the green flag. We're back underway. We've got CJ Greaves up front. Jared Johnson a second. Barlow takes a tight inside line out of the roost. He'll follow Greaves around way out the outside of turn number 1.
But he's trying to get by Nick Tyree. He might have done it. Tyree on that inside, but Barlow has, he's looking for traction, and there is got to make contact here. And right there at the last second, maybe you see the 4 starting to sneak in there as well. Jeff Kincaid, he's back there in 5th position.
You know, that's the guy we didn't mention at the beginning of the race to keep an eye on, which we should have. And I'm telling you, Ari Lydek is having problems right here on those double jump.
Oh, well, yeah, the finish line jump, he nosed in pretty strong, but you like the 4, huh, Jeff Kincaid? That might be your new sleeper, right?
No, well, we failed to mention him because he's always a favorite. He's always fast in his track.
I'm talking today, right now.
Yeah. But
Tyree holding those inside lines. Says, if you're going to pass me, you're going to do the long way around the track.
And look at Kincaid, kind of like the shark in the water. Tyree goes way to the outside. Opens the door for both trucks.
Look at this. Barlow's going to be side by side as they come over this hill.
Yep.
And the cat number 2, Barlow on the outside. That's not going to look good. But watch Kincaid. What's he going to do? That's going to be the big mover because he can do something different than the other 2, and he might take over both positions.
Oh, Tyree gets a little sideways, opens the door for Kincaid on the outside. Barlow moves up 1 spot. Kincaid moves up 1 spot.
And Kincaid's going to get a good drive on Barlow.
Yeah, Tyree falls back too.
Yep, there it is. Kincaid's going to get that drive on Barlow because he did something different than the 2 guys in front of him. Now Kincaid takes over 3rd. Again, this is before the competition caution.
Now here comes Mike Jenkins as well in that 47.
Where did he come from? I mean, now he's into the picture and he's rubbing fiberglass as well.
And look at Greaves pulling away from everybody.
Johnson still in 2nd. 3rd, the number 4 of Kincaid, followed by Barlow. But you called it and said, you know, there's one guy we really didn't mention at the top of our race, Jeff Kincaid. I think he has a shot. at least second, no matter what, because we're going to
yeah.
have to cover. But he might have something, because remember, he's had to work his way up through the field to get to that point.
Now think what we'd have right now if we didn't have that competition yellow. This would be a runaway by CJ Greaves. But we've got that competition yellow. Still a chance for Kincaid and for Jared Johnson, as well as Barlow. So that competition yellow really adds a lot of strategy. And here comes Kincaid. Get a great run at the top of the hill. Now charging that right-hand corner.
We know what he did the last time, right in this spot. He squared it up the exact same line he's in now. If he doesn't make this pass in the first part of the left, watch coming out to that tabletop, because that's where he gets the drive. If he doesn't get the drive he wants, look for him to dive underneath, but he's getting a lot of drive on that outside.
I think there's a big blue groove in that inside line from that left-hand corner that is kind of like debilitating for the guy stuck on that inside line. So they're forced to go the outside up on that berm.
That's called a cushion in dirt track racing, and it has moved his way. Oh, and looks like Jenkins got in too.
Yeah.
Nick Tyree there for just a moment. And Jenkins doing a donut down in the middle portion of the track, but you have Kincaid up into second. Third is now Jared Johnson as they come across and take the green flag one more time.
Fastest lap of the race, Jeff Kincaid.
Yep, you said it.
This time by, he was 1 full second faster than CJ Greaves, but the fastest lap of the race so far is Kincaid.
123.80. CJ Greaves a 124.82. So yes, a full second is, I'm quite sure that the spotter for CJ Greaves saying, hey dude, back it down. Don't burn up, whether it be the tires in the blue groove or the engine. Don't put any hurt on it, because you don't get the win for leading at the competition yellow.
Yeah, it used to be where the rules had it. You got 2 points for leading at the halfway point, one point for second. So they were racing for points at the halfway. We don't have that anymore.
Right.
So it's all about the finish. And Tyree gets in the back of Ari Lyondike. Ari goes off the track a little bit, comes back on. But man, look at the handling on that Kincaid truck, that number 4, the way it dives in the corner. He comes out of the corner, accelerates, and now that back of that truck just squats down real low. And
watch him.
It's all kinds of grip.
Watch him after this double. Watch the left-hand turn. Right where we saw Chad Horde go over, he's going to try and put his front in, I bet you, right there near that tire. Right at the edge. Actually, he took it a little wider this time. CJ did it that time around. It shows you the one tire width can make all the difference in the world from a guy going out there and hauling boutte or flipping over a couple of times.
Well, it looks like CJ gained back his second. They lost the last lap. CJ had a full second over Kincaid this time by.
All right, I'm looking forward to the second half of this race. Next time around, quite possibly the competition caution. We'll see if he does grab for that. I see 4 laps complete, so the 5th, yep. So it's going to be a new race here in just a second. Scott Rain, and I don't know why we didn't say anything about Jeff Kincaid as he started things off before the race. Well, he started in 9th position, so he started back there, you know, in that 5th row.
And he didn't come through the pack right away. It took him 3-4 laps to get there.
Good race for, it looks like, 5th and 6th.
Tyree, Ari Lyondike, Mike Jenkins all battling for that position. And they've all made contact with each other, too.
Yeah, looks like Ari Lyondike on that far outside as we're taking a look at our leader on the video board here. One more double left, and he's going to get that competition yellow. CJ Greaves checking out. He can relax. He took that inside berm once again. That's definitely the line, but you can't be too crossed up.
Identical lap time for CJ Greaves as a last lap.
That's consistency, buddy.
Wow.
There's Jared Johnson coming across. See Barlow. It's like Nick Tyree. Ari Lyondike Jr. trying to hold off Mike Jenkins, and it looks like that's, oh, what happened to the 91 in the last second? He almost lost a spot, and oh!
He went way wide in that corner before the competition yellow.
Let's go down to Taylor real quick, who's with Chad Horde after that awesome double flip that he had. Hope he's all right, Taylor.
Chad, you came off of such a high yesterday with that win on the podium, and coming into this today, take me through that lap and how that roll went for you.
Well, you know, CJ got through the pack quick, and I knew I had to stay right on him, and it just total stupid move on my part. I was just too aggressive to get to the front right away with CJ and tried passing Johnson in just not a smart spot, and it bit me and it paid for it, but I know better than that. The truck's, I'm fine. The truck's plenty fixable. We had a good points lead coming here. I'm frustrated for the crew and sponsors and whatever else, but we'll put it back together and get it back on the top spot.
You definitely have the best seat now watching this race, but how does it feel being able to watch these guys compete? Does it give you a lot more motivation going into Crandon?
Yeah, absolutely. It's heartbreaking sitting here watching this going on, knowing you could be up at the front battling with these guys. But like I say, it was just nobody's fault but my own. I was impatient and tried to get to the front too quick.
Thanks a lot, Taylor, and as well as Chad Horde. One thing I noticed in that rollover and that flip is he talked about his truck was definitely flexible. You don't incur damage when the truck's flipping. It's the sudden stop. And when he landed on the wheels, that was one of the best things. He had one little moment that initiated that whole flip. But other than that, yeah, I think we're going to see him back stronger and better than ever come Crandon.
Just look at his eyes when he was talking. I mean, you could see it in his eyes. That's the emotion I like out of Chad Horde. He's got a little bit more driven than he was when he started the season. I guarantee you that.
What do they say? The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. That was the ABC Wild World of Sports thing. He had that. He had the one in. He had the thrill of victory yesterday, and then that defeated look on him just then going, man, I should be out there, and I made the mistake. I pushed a little too hard, and it's good to see him take ownership for it.
I'm noticing a pace lap much slower than we're used to seeing.
Why?
That's why I'm kind of wondering. Little different, kind of changing up things maybe?
I don't know. Sometimes you'll do that if somebody's trying to catch up, but I don't know. I think it loads up the motors. Sometimes. Yeah. You pop her into neutral and clean her out a little bit. All right, CJ Greaves out in front of Jeff Kincaid. We'll see the second half of this Pro two-wheel drive race as the green flag is out.
Here they come into turn one. Greaves gets a nice jump.
Yeah, he does.
About 4-5 truck lengths in front of Kincaid. Jared Johnson right there in the back bumper of Jeff Kincaid. So, they're 3 wide through one. Once again, the three amigos are going at it.
Nick Tyree getting the bat into that deal. Ari Leindyke Jr. moving up into fifth. But the 4 of Jeff Kincaid, he's got a lead on it. He's going to catch CJ Greaves here today. He wants a win.
So at one point, they were 3 wide. Ari Leindyke, Mike Jenkins, and Nick Tyree, they were 3 wide. And Nick Tyree now has come up on the short end of it as he's falls back, loses 2 spots. So Ari Leindyke moves up 1, 2, I should say. Mike Jenkins moves up 1, and Nick Tyree loses 2.
We're looking at Ari Leindyke. And remember, this is a guy who raced IndyCar and Indy Lights. He's racing Indianapolis 500. He's not the Ari Leindyke with the record at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the fastest lap. That is his father, but a fine racing family. And a lot of people know him from The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. He was one of the guys being chosen. He finished runner-up in that race. I don't know that that's not a bad thing, though, for Ari, but the ladies still love him. I've seen evidence before he was ever on The Bachelor. Look at this, though. I do think that Jeff Kincaid has something for CJ Greaves, but CJ's going to have to make a mistake. But golly, when you're the number 4 and you're behind all of that 33 roost, that's got to be horrible.
It's got to go somewhere. It's all going in the window.
Your face, yeah, because they don't have windshields in the front, because that would just be bad. So it has to, at worst, hit your visor. And if you've ever been pelted with dirt and rocks coming at you at 100 miles an hour, it is unbelievable.
Wow, the lap times 1:23.2, 1:23 flat for Jeff Kincaid.
So he's holding his own, very consistent there as well, but almost into that 1:22 range. That would be something special if we can get down to the 1:22s, and we may see it. He was only 5 1/1000ths from being able to do so.
As long as the track, there's certain areas that need to dry out a little bit, areas that needs to stay the same, and there's nothing you can do about the blue groove.
He is all over him right here. Ooh, little crooked. Kincaid, that is, in the 4.
Well, the thing is, he's trying to rattle CJ or run right up against him, let him know that he's there.
Here's that line.
Yeah, nice different line.
Look at that.
And opened up. Oh, Jeff Kincaid shot out of a cannon, but Greaves slyly shut that door.
Kincaid's getting a good drive, though. That was the place he made the pass, and he might get it here. Look at him taking over the lead. And there's a face full of dirt for CJ Greaves.
He did it in the air. How impressive is that? He set that pass up about 3 corners before it took place.
Yeah, 2 turns. He had already set up Nuke, because that's where he's made those passes, is on that outside. And he was able to dive to the inside, much like he made that pass for third earlier. CJ's not going to give up, though. He's going to try and get back into his bed, back into that truck, and charge back in front. CJ Green's been out front almost every race and has yet to win this weekend. Jared Johnson, Steve Barlow. There's Ari Leyendijk, the 47 of Mike Jenkins.
Jared Johnson's probably having his best run of his career, not just of the year, but of his career right now, running in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, his best finish this year was a 5th place back in Charlotte, number 2.
Man, how happy would his dad, Gary, be? Happy Father's Day to Gary if that kid of yours could pull off a podium spot here today.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Happy Father's Day again for those around the world and here at Bark River.
It almost seems like CJ makes up a lot of ground on our leader by outbreaking him in the corners.
Well, let's see if CJ learns anything.
Talk about close to being over-rotated. Wow.
That was a case of you're out in front. You don't have anything to go off of. I think he got into the slippery stuff. I was going to say, see if CJ learned anything because he saw the line that passed him. And maybe he did. Maybe he tries and takes that line the next time. CJ's all up in his business, though. We're only got a couple more laps to go. 2 laps, I believe, that when they come across the flagger stand. And look, 122.8 for Kincaid that last lap.
Greaves a little quicker on that last lap, obviously right there in that back bumper, Kincaid. Man, the fast lap of the race so far, 122.8 for Jeff Kincaid. Now look at the big horsepower straightaway, Kincaid pulls away. And look at how they are full lock to the right, it looks like, trying to come around that cemetery turn.
I can't believe he would have more horsepower than that Toyota of CJ Greaves, because that thing just always sounds like it's purring.
Now watch Greaves make up all that ground coming to that right-hand corner right here. Outbreaks Kincaid and just slides right up to the back bumper.
Watch Kincaid. Does he take that outside line that was fast for him? It's different when you're leading.
They take the same line through that corner up the left-hand turn.
I hated seeing that.
Oof.
I hated seeing the follow the leader there. I think that's going to hurt CJ a little bit.
White flag is coming out this time around.
Just 2 turns remaining. They will take the white sheet. That's signifying 1 more lap to go. It's Jeff Kincaid just about 2.5 car lengths ahead of CJ Greaves, Jared Johnson, and Steve Barlow battling it out for 3rd. Barlow has moved into 3rd, but it's the last lap for our leaders. Can CJ Greaves turn it up a notch? This is his last opportunity to do so. Only about 1 minute and 15 seconds left in his race.
Kincaid down to that high-speed left-hand corner area. Through the cemetery turn. I'm amazed that they're able to control these trucks. Full lock to the right, sliding to that corner. Kincaid now coming to that blue groove dogleg area set up for the Cooper Tire Hill. Here they come to the right.
A lot of rubber being laid down on that straightaway.
Greaves at 175 feet coming down the Cooper Tire Hill.
CJ got a pretty good run right there. All right, if you're the leader, you typically take the inside, make them go the long way around. But it looks like Greaves again going to stay in that same inside line. And I don't know how you can make the pass there. It takes him, it drifts him out, but that is not how Kincaid moved into the lead each time. He's only got 3 more turns. CJ trying to cut corners where he can. Look at this, to the inside.
Not quite close enough. Still don't think he's close enough to make a corner pass. No, ain't gonna happen. The man we missed talking about at the start of this race is the one that will take the win. Ladies and gentlemen, the track is number 4. Jeff Kincaid will take the win. CJ Greaves 2nd, and it looks like Barlow and that cat, heavy equipment number 2, will take 3rd. 1 more corner. Barlow will take 3rd, and I believe a career best for Jared Johnson in the Husqvarna, number 74. Mike Jenkins will come around the line in 5th. 6th will be Ari Lyondike. 7th, Nick Tyree. And Justin Keener coming around here as well. And all we can think of right now is what if? What if Chad Horde was still in this?
Right.
What, how different things it could have been.
It would have been, and I think that upsets Chad Horde's stomach more than anything, knowing that he was that fast. He could have been in there, but he pushed it, and you see it in racing all the time. You let your emotions get to you, especially early on in a race, and that looked to be the case where if I would have just waited, bided my time, I might have had something for the end.
And the thing is, he's known for his patience. That's the whole thing. And, Chad Horde's known for his patience. And that's what he suffered from in that race, was not having enough of it. So he learned from it, no doubt about it. He's put it in his notebook, and we're going to see a little bit different Chad Horde for Crane, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, no, he took the win yesterday. You're feeling that vibe. I can do no wrong. I can make something. I've turned more laps here than anybody. It's my backyard. But sometimes that can bite you. Overconfidence can do that to you. I think it was just one mistake. It was a simple cause, and we'll look at it in replay here after a while. A simple mistake of a little over rotation, but when you're set up for that inside line where you need one tire on that inner berm and you're over rotated, it's bad news if you make contact with those tires, and that was the case. We'll be back with the podium of the Pro 2. We'll talk to the drivers as they come out here in just a moment.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
The fastest name in radio control.
race fans on the racetrack right now, we got the kart kids out here in the first time, actually the second points race of the season. First time ever here at Park River. On the track right now, we've got a great battle going on for the lead. That's the 77 of Carter Vandenheuvel, and I believe that's Van Epren. Am I right, Dan? I can't quite see the numbers down there.
Easton Sleeper's number.
On the 45.
Right in front of Carter.
Oh, so we had a pass for the lead. So now we've got, let's see, the 70.
Is the black and green truck the one
Oh,
in the
it's
lead?
Easton Sleeper. There we go. Number 13. And Carter comes right back to the inside.
77 making a pass on the
Nice
inside.
pass, yeah.
Back in third.
Carter's
the
back
87.
up front. Jason Folkman right now running in third in that blue striped cart.
29 in fourth, it looks like.
And that's Gage Garvin in that black cart running in the fourth spot. This is about a two-year program going on to get these things on the cart or on the track. So we've got ages 6 to 12. While that's going on, we also got Taylor Snyder at the podium with our top 3 finishers in Pro 2. Taylor?
Thanks, Scott. I'm going to start with our third place finisher, Steve Barlow. Steve, I talked to you down there right before the race started. Of course, your voice is sort of going. You're coming off with sick, but the biggest issue for you today was the dust. Luckily, you were able to overcome that and make it up here, so congratulations.
Yeah, with what I have, wind blowing and everything has made it, a little worse. But I feel great. I just can't talk as much.
Well, you don't need to talk, luckily, out there to make it up here. It's all about your driving talent, and obviously you proved that you're still one of the top contenders out here.
Yeah, I know. My family likes it this way when I can't talk too much. So.
All right. Well, do you want to thank your family for helping you?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all my family, my crew, everybody that comes out here and supports us, Caterpillar, Drive Capital, Outdoor Energy, Maxxis Tires, these guys. We couldn't do it without them. And again, Caterpillar, thanks for stepping on this year and picking me up and let me have a chance to be up here.
All right. Well, big congratulations. Everyone give it up for him. Moving on to our second place finisher, CJ Greaves. CJ, I just saw you up here. Nice to talk to you again. But CJ, take me through that race a little bit. How was that track out there for you?
The track's actually pretty good. The crew did a great job and kept this track great for us. But we had a fast truck, but we couldn't risk making a mistake or crashing or getting a flat tire. Chad had an accident early on, and my crew let me know, and they said, we can't afford anything else. We had a DNF at the beginning of the year, so we just played it step by step, and he started pressuring us, and he made a great move on the inside, so I laid back a little bit and started picking up some lines and was going to give him a shot, but this should give us the points lead, so we're just going to keep taking it race by race and hopefully come out on top.
And now you race Jeff's son, Keegan. How is it also racing now the father of Keegan, racing both father and son?
Everyone's a race competitor to me. I mean, if it's family or not, once you're on the track, it's all racing. But I can't give it up for my crew, Devin, my mom, dad, my sister, the Lord for keeping me safe, all you fans, friends that come out to support us, Monster, Toyota, Maxxis, Method Wheels, AMSOIL, Forest County, Potawatomi, everyone that helps us out. Thanks.
All right, give it up for CJ Greaves with that second place finish. And moving up to our winner here today, Jeff Kincaid. What a Father's Day present for you. Not only did your son come home with the win in Pro Light, but you pulled off the win today here. That's got to just feel great for you.
Yeah, we had two runs going yesterday too, and we just couldn't get her done. But you know what? He went out, my boy went out and won, and where does that leave me? He always tells me, Dad, your old stuff, but here we are. What a great Father's Day present. Him winning, we winning. Can't say enough for Traxxas. And, we have Cooper tires on there, which has just been great for us. They've been working really good with us, Fox Shocks. And, to be up here again, I'm debating between retiring or racing. And these moments make me want to keep going. And I enjoy being here, and we'll see how it happens. It's been good racing.
I think the fans would like to see him continue. What do you guys think? Retirement or no? Yeah, I think the fans won't let you retire that quick. That's it.
Yeah, I hope not. It sucks getting old, but it's part of life. And be up here in the winter circle is great. Can't say enough for my crew, family. They helped me. We took on a big task this year with Traxxas, and their program stepping up, and maybe we can get 3 in a row. So that's what we're hoping for. Thank you.
All right, well, it's clear age doesn't matter up here. It's all about driving talent. So give it up for all of our Pro 2 podium finishers, Steve Barlow, CJ Greaves, and Jeff Kincaid.
So as the guys release the champagne, unleash the dragon, release the Kraken, releasing that champagne, getting ready for the Pro 4. They're doing some track prep out there. You see the fans. You see the birds trying to sneak in for a little spray as well. Barlow sneaking in there into that third spot, taking the pass with about a lap and a half left. What a race. Another good one here in the Pro 2. You saw CJ just say that he couldn't take that chance that Chad Horde did. Taking chances was Jeff Kincaid. He worked his way up from that 5th row into the win and just plucked them off one at a time. And he found a little something on that outside, that left-hand big sweeper right before the flagging stand, the starting flag stand. Found a little something, made a couple of passes on some of our top competitors right there, and really seemed to make the difference for him. Some cool conditions here in Michigan and the upper 50s. The birds are in the air, the cat equipment's down on the track, and we still have one more race to go, the Pro 4s. We had the little Groms just finish up. We might see them in just a bit, but a lot of stuff going down here in the Upper Peninsula. It's the throwdown in the UP from Bark River, Michigan at Bark River International Raceway, and we'll be back right after this.
When adventure calls, count on the Trail Grappler to get you to your destination, wherever that may be. Large, innovative tread blocks provide additional biting edges to help you command the most challenging terrains as you discover new trails. The Trail Grappler's 3-ply sidewall and thick rubber construction aids puncture resistance and provides durability when you need it most. Nitto Trail Grappler, where road meets trail.
What is it that makes a Husqvarna dealer a Husqvarna dealer? Well, just look close at the engineering in our outdoor power equipment. We're known for high performance and reliability in everything we make. So is it any wonder your Husqvarna dealer is also known for high performance and reliability in everything they do? With a nationwide network of Husqvarna dealers, there's one just around the corner.
We'll see. We'll see. They don't have a camera either.
Welcome back to Bark River, Michigan, the sixth stop of TORC the Off-Road Championship. We had round 5 yesterday. Today's round 6. We are 2/3 of our way through the pro competition. We had a few sportsman classes earlier. We just had the kids in the kart class just come off the track. We're going to try and get them for the web and then let the rest of the world in on it as well here in just a moment, maybe even the TV cameras. Again, this event going to be televised on the NBC Sports Network. Tess Sewell and Ricky Johnson making the call. Ricky in for Grant Langston, who was covered a motocross race this week. Tony Bachhoven. I have not seen Christy Lee today, but I know Tony is here. And there's some of the little guys, 6 to 12 years of age. I've got a 9 and a 6-year-old. I might have to bring them up here next year, and maybe I can rent a ride and see if they can do good on the dirt. They race go-karts on asphalt. But look at the kids, everybody around the world. These are some of the future stars possibly of tomorrow. They're actual stars of today, just a little bit younger.
Well, how about this race? We are top 3 finishers. In fact, we have our entire field up here at the podium of our karts, short course karts kids, and I'm gonna kind of skip by you guys, get you a little bit, but I'm gonna run over here by the 3rd place finisher. And Zachary, you're gonna correct me on this, all right, because I'm gonna screw it up for sure. Zachary or Hanowitz? We're Hanowitz? All right, you don't look too happy for finishing up on the podium and having a big trophy. Here, smile. Your 2nd race, how about that? Did you have fun out there?
Yeah.
You wanna do it again?
Yeah.
Is it really that fun?
Yeah.
This is the part of short course karts that really is the hardest part. Do you work on your kart?
Kind of.
What do you mean kind of? Do you or don't you?
Yes.
Are you gonna give that to your dad for Father's Day, your first trophy ever?
Yeah.
I just gave you the idea, right, didn't I?
Yes.
Congratulations, man, nice job. Hopefully we'll see you at Crandon up here again, right?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Zach. All right. Oh, another one. Paige. Your brother or sister? We're Hanowitz? Okay, Paige, is pretty happy for you. You took on the guys out there and kind of showed them how to do it, huh?
Yeah.
You want to do this again?
Yeah.
Do you work on your kart?
Not really.
Do you at least like keep it clean and wipe it down, maybe?
Yeah.
Will you like maybe start working on it now to make it quicker?
I don't know.
Do you tell your dad what to do?
No.
This is not easy. You getting excited for Crandon?
Yeah.
Gonna go for the win?
Yeah.
Here's your trophy. Is there anybody you want to thank?
I would like to thank my dad for all his hard work and for his work for sponsoring me.
You gonna give that to your dad for Father's Day?
I don't know.
Ah, she doesn't know. Congratulations, Paige. Nice job.
Thank you.
All right, now we got the little guy over here, Owen. Come here, man. I'm just gonna sit right here. Now, your dad used to be a big-time racer, right? Yeah. All right. You raced motocross, and then you ran pro light for a while. Do you remember when he was in pro light?
Yep.
So now you're the big racer, right?
Yep.
This is your first race they ever won in anything?
No.
Is that a big trophy for you, though?
No.
No, this is a little trophy, huh? You want a bigger one?
Yeah.
You're gonna give this to your dad for Father's Day?
No.
So, what do you actually work in your car or no?
No.
So your dad does all the work?
Yep.
What do you do?
Sometimes clean it.
That's about it. Video games?
Yeah.
Does he make you cut the grass?
No.
Do you have to get like good grades?
No.
No. Well, you know what, Owen? Congratulations, man. You're the first winner here on the Bark River weekend of the short course karts. You just made history in the TORC series. Congratulations, Owen.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Owen Van Eperen, our winner. And you know what? Let's hear for all of our kart kids. All of them up here, they are all history makers, as this is the first points race of the short course karts. Look at our entire field. This is the future of our sport.
And the future's now for those little guys and girls. Scott, you got to work on those one question answers. Yes, no. The only way you get them is ask them if they got a boyfriend or girlfriend, and then they start getting really nervous right about then. But big trophy like that, you pick up more ladies, I'll put it that way. Those of you who might have registered to win a Slash Ford Raptor over there at the Traxxas display, I found out we have a winner. So if you signed up and you wanted to register to win a Slash Ford Raptor, one of the Traxxas RC cars, go over there and pick it up if your name is Candace Yell. Candace, C-A-N-D-A-C-E, Yell. Candace, I want to hear you yell if that's you. And you go over there to the Traxxas display and pick up your brand new Slash Ford Raptor. You won. It's that easy here at TORC, the Off-Road Championship. So we'll be back in just a moment. I think we're going to look back at what happened in that Pro 2 right after this as they finish up track preparation, getting ready for the Pro 4 here in just a moment. So we'll be back here at Bark River right after this.
Once again, welcome back, everybody, here to the Bark River, Michigan, and the throwdown in the UP. UP stands for Upper Peninsula. We are that far north. We're right above Lake Michigan, right below Lake Superior, so we're like stuck between water. And from what I hear, when we got back, what was it? We got here Thursday, Friday. People were telling us that there's still 17% of Lake Michigan has ice on it.
It's thawed now. It had to have thawed.
No.
Now. I heard it was like one of the longest in a long time, though, that there actually was ice. And you were telling me some story about how they have a truck out here and they have like a raffle, and whenever that truck falls into the lake, then that's when the raffle's done. All right, let's take a look at Pro 2 as
Jared Johnson pulled a whole shot right off the get-go just a moment ago. And CJ Greaves, here he comes.
Yeah, he was fast. He was my pick, but Chad Horton was fast. A little bit too fast at that point in time. Got on that inside, got on 2 wheels, and he got on no wheels, but 2 full flips with a twist, and his day was done in Pro 2.
He's got to hurt the points leader. And now Steve Barlow. Keep in mind, he was in the hospital 2 days ago with bronchitis, and here he is battling for a podium spot.
Yeah, the way you can get over feeling bad is to make yourself feel good in that podium. Like you said, he finishes in 3rd after a long battle and finally moving into 3rd at the last second, getting by Jared Johnson. But the race up front, it was a tight one. CJ Greaves was out in front until this happened.
And ironically enough, we talked about a few drivers who our choices were for this race. And the one we failed to mention was this guy right here, Jeff Kincaid, and he came back with a top spot. Kind of passed CJ a little bit on the easy side. There was no contact, nice and smooth, nice and easy, very courteous. And from this point on, it was all Jeff Kincaid.
He found a better line, not that line he took right there, the inside. He went outside and found something. He made it happen, took the checker flag, and the victory. You see how stoked he was, and it kind of looks like a little mini truck right there. You saw his version, or the 7 actually, on his rooftop. But yeah, Traxxas truck takes the Pro 2 here, and another non-win for CJ this week. He's been super consistent, top 3 in every one of them. He just wasn't able to get that victory.
And that grease shop is so used to victories. It's kind of there's the points right now. Chad didn't lose as much as I thought he would.
Yeah, 13 points is that was actually coming in. No, that was coming into here. That was the points coming into this event, not on the back end. So that's what it looked like coming into here. And as we're toggling through, now we look at his dad, Johnny Greaves. He's got a considerable advantage, a 16-point lead over Avery and Chinny. That's what we're setting up to here at our third and final race of the afternoon. Chinny, I don't know. He didn't look quite like himself yesterday early on.
Well, keep in mind, he was also spent time, I think he went to the clinic in town, and he had some symptoms of some things, and he's not 100% physically right now.
Well, you say that physically, and you always tell me he's not 100% mentally. So
I wasn't going in that direction.
Let's take a look at yesterday. You see Chinny in that orange truck, but out in front, it's the Traxxas entry, the 4.7 of Mike Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, he's showing flashes of being very, very fast, and he's right on that fine line of being just aggressive enough to work his way to the front. There's one thing left on that, one step left on that ladder, and that's the top spot in the podium, and that's the one thing he's just falling shy of. He's got flashes of speed. He just needs to get that top spot.
The guy without many problems this year has been Johnny Greaves. Mark Jenkins was out in front until Johnny made that awesome move.
Yeah.
I think that was the pass of the week. How he found that grip on the outside over there at the cemetery turn and took the lead going into the halfway point.
He had that planned right, but like we say, 2-3 turns before he got there. And then we have a restart at the halfway point. Scott Douglas struggled a little bit at the midway point, trying to get through traffic, working his way towards the front.
He's on the outside in that portion. Johnny, no problem. You see him looking for that cushion all the way up into that berm. And that's not a berm. We were going to call that a wall around that far outside, but he found the grip after he took the lead and really pretty much checked out of this one.
It wasn't as close as it appears here in the video. Johnny pretty much had it in hand.
Mark Jenkins finishing second, Adrian Chinny in third. As the Pro 4s are now starting to work their way on the track. Let's quickly go down to Taylor.
With four-wheel drive, these drivers can put their trucks pretty much anywhere on the track out here and gain traction. But as we've seen earlier today, this track is fast and technical, and the big key to racing here today is patience. These guys can plan their lines all day long with data sessions, but when it comes to racing out here, they may need to make moves on the fly. And these guys have just the talent to make it out there and make those last-minute necessary passes to get on that podium.
Thanks, Taylor, as they line up this final time. 7 guys looking for the 1 spot. And we work our way through the field. Looks like Ross Hook going to start in 7th on the Nitto Tire ADT transmission Toyota out of Holland, Michigan.
Right in front of them, a full row. We got Johnny Greaves out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, over that Monster Energy Maxxis Tire Toyota, number 22. Right next to him, man, these guys make contact, race in and race out every single weekend from Plano, Texas, driving the Cooper Tire Traxxas Ford, the number 25 of Mark Jenkins.
Adrian Chinny in the 11. He finished 3rd yesterday. He's trying to bump that a couple of notches. He's driving the Outdoor Energy 4-wheel parts Bites Beef Snack Ford. He will start in 4th. In 3rd, Mike Jenkins out of Plano, Texas, the number 47 entry on the Cooper Tires Traxxas Amsoil Fox Shocks Ram. He will start in 3rd.
And I'm thinking this guy's drooling right now. He's got on the front row out of El Cajon, California, and Bondwell, Wisconsin. He's driving the Toyota Tire Amsoil Boral Exhaust, number 7 Ford of Scott Douglas. Alongside him, out of Columbus, Ohio, the Maxxis Popcorn Suns Tennessee White Whiskey Realtree Outdoor Energy Drink, number 5 Mark Kwame.
So this is it, our last pro race of the day. We race to the competition yellow, the halfway mark of the 5. The pace truck pulls off. Let's find out who's going to get that hole shot. Will it be Kwame? Will it be Douglas? Who's going to get it in the final race? Here we go, Mark River.
On bumper to bumper, green flag is on. Here they come to turn number 1. Kwame opens up the inside. Here comes Mike Jenkins from row number 2. And man, oh man, I thought Scott Douglas would be in the middle of it, but he's being shuffled back to maybe 4th place.
Douglas trying to hold on to 2nd, maybe 3rd, and Cheney back there in 5th. But that was a hole shot. Don't give me that inside, or I think Jenkins saying, I'm going to take it.
That was a sweet move by Mike Jenkins. The door opened to the gates, and he rolled right through the middle of it.
Mark in 2nd, Douglas 3rd, Cheney 4th, Kwame 5th, 6th is Greaves, and Hook in 7th.
3 wide down the backstretch. Johnny Greaves way to the outside.
That means Adrian Cheney's on the inside behind these 2. Look at the battle.
Wow, the dust back there somewhere. There's Johnny Greaves on the outside. Meanwhile, up front, it's the brother battle.
I would say that we saw him, barely see him in that dirt. That was the one he wanted to come inside like he did yesterday.
Here they come towards Cooper Tire Hill. Mike Jenkins still has the point. Mark Jenkins in 2nd. Scott Douglas has worked his way up to Thorpe. And somehow, through all that dust in the back section, Johnny Greaves now in the top 4.
2 brothers, any brotherly love here on Father's Day?
Sweet move by Mark Jenkins to enter the corner on the outside, exiting on the inside. We talked about that move all weekend long, and once again, Mark Jenkins makes it work, but Mike is not going anywhere. How about this? Coming right back to the inside.
Now Mike on the 47. Again, they're both Jenkins, but Mark trying to do what he can, and it looks like the 25 is going to come out in front again. It is Mark Jenkins in the lead.
Johnny Greaves, I was going to say, he's being so patient right now.
I think he's looking at them one at a time. Let me just think about it one at a time as he closes on the 7 of Scott Douglas. Let's watch him if they follow him on this line. We know he likes to set up on that real wide line and then dive to the inside. Let's see if he does it this time.
And he is so much. Oh, Douglas, somehow. Wow.
Dirt track, baby.
He was beyond halfway at 90 degrees, and Douglas somehow saves it, but scrubs off a ton of speed. Did Johnny get around? No, he didn't.
No, but he got a lot of drive there. I think he's setting it up lap after lap in that spot. You can't get any closer.
But there's a lot of communication going on right now. I should say a lot of talking by the spotters, a lot of listening by the drivers right now. Man, Douglas is just throwing that truck sideways in these corners, right on the verge of just going all the way around. There's Johnny going inside. A little love tap to that right rear.
He's trying to ride up on the top end of that grass with that left front, just trying to look for something without having to cut the track, but still able to hold him off is Scott Douglas. Still Mark Jenkins, the 25, tracks his truck in front of his brother, the 47 of Mike Jenkins.
Man, look at Greaves trying to find a hole, and there it might be. He rotates hard in the corner, swaps it, loses the opportunity he may have had right there at that spot. But I know that Jason Champers, the crew chief for Scott Douglas, is doing a lot of talking right now to Douglas, letting him know exactly where Greaves is.
He's all over him. That's where he is.
Yeah.
He can see where he is now. Look out your window, Ned. Here comes Johnny Greaves on the inside. Both of them look like sprint cars.
Driver inside, driver inside. That's what Scott Douglas is hearing right now. Driver inside. Johnny looks like he may have to burp the throttle a little bit, kind of fall back a little bit, get a breather, and then I'll make another run at it.
A lot of dust on that Cooper tire.
Meanwhile, up front, Mark Jenkins has pulled away from Mike about 15 truck lengths or so.
But we will reset in a few more laps, so we still have not made it to our competition caution. We're seeing races throughout the field, and I promise you Johnny Greaves is going to want to try and get back up in there to at least third. Scott Douglas is trying to catch up to second. The only guy that could be maybe backing off a tad would be Mark Jenkins out in front.
I'm noticing something that we haven't seen all weekend long. There's no saving their trucks right now. They are racing, 100% racing. They're not saving it for the halfway point. These boys are on it.
It's the last race of the weekend. You have some time to repair things.
Here comes Jenny. Jenny goes by Greaves.
Something's
right
wrong.
front flat tire. Right front flat tire on Johnny Greaves. And I'll bet you it's from
contact, right?
Back by the cemetery turn.
Yep, that's why he was losing a little ground earlier. So he's got to get that changed and hopefully come back after that competition yellow. The track crew or his crew's got to be working hard to try and keep him on that lead lap up there at the top of the track.
And I'm going to guess he's going to duck into the hot pits right away.
But he's losing time right now. So the leader's going to be pulled away. He does not want to be lapped because there's still going to be time. I mean, if he gets lapped, he's done.
Yeah.
And he's got to make this entire lap with one tire, totally deflated. I don't know how he's going that fast.
You know what, he might, once you start seeing smoke, the sidewall's starting to separate. Once that sidewall is gone, your day is done, you're on your wheel. But if he can save that tire right now, he may go all the way around until right before the competition yellow.
No, I don't know. Yep, he's still out there.
He'll go into the pits on the competition yellow.
Well, if he's got a tire on the rim, he's getting to see it one more time.
He'll duck into the pits next time by, right before the competition yellow. But like you said, all he has to do is get back on the track in front of the leader.
Yep. Oh, man, he's fighting. He doesn't want to throw that tire off. He doesn't want to be a plow.
That's the worst tire on all four corners to have go down to that right front because this track is predominantly left-hand corners.
Yeah, especially the downhills. That you put more weight on that front. Uphill, you try and stay on the throttle and take off.
So now we'll watch the flag man. Is he going to reach for the yellow and red?
Yeah, I think he gave him one just a moment ago. So yes,
Yep, it looks like the comp yellows are coming out this time by. So right now, when Johnny gets to the top of the hill, he'll duck into the hot pitch at this point, this time by.
They're going to be humping it to get that truck out there, I'm telling you.
It can be done.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying they're going to be humping it. But I'm also seeing, because they do get the full lap of the in the competition. They don't do the shortcut for that. They do get the full lap.
Yeah, Johnny's on it a little bit more. Man, that sidewall, that Max's tire is holding together a lot longer than I thought it would.
Oh, a lot of smoke.
No, keep in mind, they run an inner liner. There's an inner liner inside that truck.
Speaking of inner, Adrian Chinney back and forth place trying to get inner window net.
And there goes Grease into the hot pits. Competition yellow is waving. Mark Jenkins takes a comp yellow. Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, Adrian Chinney, and Johnny Greaves is in the hot pits.
What's going to help him is the 10 of Ross Hook and them being back a considerable distance, and Mark Kwame. With them being back, that gives him a chance because they have yet to take that competition yellow. So the field's still going to have to pack up as far as those guys are concerned. All right, we're going to step back. You see them trying to lift it up. We're going to go to break here in just a moment and find out the story right after this.
Ready. Drive.
And Johnny Greaves up on 2 wheels.
Fly. Dominate. Celebrate. MagnaFlow.
What is Monster? It's killing tires on the ultimate Gymkhana course. I'm Ken Block, and I am Monster.
Welcome back. Here is the Pro Fours making their way around. One guy has yet to take that competition yellow, and that's Johnny Greaves. You can hear him on the throttle in the background because these guys are lined up. They're setting up for that Cooper Tire hill jump there, and they're missing one of their compatriots, but it won't be long because he is on the throttle trying to catch up.
Yeah, there's a little rabbit that's ripping around this racetrack right now, and that's Johnny Greaves. His crew got that left front tire
that's where
changed.
it happened right there, too.
Yeah, they got that tire changed, and now Johnny.
We knew that right hand, that left hand turn when he got that right front tire into, who was that, Scott Douglas earlier, right? When he got into Douglas, I think that must have been it. He might have had a slow leak and a slow leak. Once he was losing a little ground, you had to think that was the case. And
Talk about it couldn't have gone any longer. Look where he caught up to him about, what, 200 yards before the green flag.
Watch it. I think he's even deep staging a little bit. Going to stay back and try and get a run here.
That's Greaves, man.
I would have.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to take the green flag for the last race of 2014, the spring run here at Park River. Everybody, who thinks Johnny Greaves can pull it off?
Johnny was trying to deep stage.
Into turn one, it's Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, Adrian Chinney, Ross Hook, Mark Kwame, and Johnny Greaves in the back.
Scott Douglas nosing in there. Look at Adrian Chinney back at third. Adrian's on the inside. He takes over third now.
And Douglas had to give it to him, man. He's usually a fighter, but he actually took the spot.
He's still fighting. What are you talking about? Going up that hill, look at him trying to stick a nose on the inside. Just nothing there.
Wow, I'm surprised Greaves hasn't gotten around Ross Hook yet. He's still in the back.
Mark Jenkins, the leader.
Look at the blue groove forming. These guys are way up against the railing. Let's take a look at this. We think we found the spot where Johnny Greaves had the tire issue, what caused his flat tire, so here it is.
Okay, let's look at the right front. He nosed it in there. Sideways. I don't know.
I think the tire may have already been flat.
I think it was really the contact with Scott Douglas, and he might have had a little bit of air loss, and you lose a little bit time after time because it did compress a bunch, but it shouldn't have been anything that you would have thought cut it or knocked it off the bead.
Well, the way the sidewall was popping that white fluff.
Yeah, I think it was already there.
Yeah.
Look at this race, though, for second. Mike Jenkins trying to hold off Adrian Cheney. Cheney's going to set him on the outside. Watch, it's where he made the pass a lap ago. Look at Cheney trying to dive to the inside. Will he make it?
Yeah, I think he has because, oh, no, he hasn't. How about Mike Jenkins hanging on? The suspension of that truck was a little bit upset coming with that double jump and somehow stayed on the throttle and pulled it out and maintained that spot, but we lost Ross Hook. Ross Hook is pulled off the track somewhere, probably in the backside, so Ross Hook has dropped out.
One thing we got to mention that Johnny Greaves back there struggling in 5th spot. He's the points leader. He may actually, even though he had what,
was it 13, I think?
Yeah, 16-point advantage. I think he had a 16-point advantage. He may be close to losing that points lead. That was over Adrian Cheney, who's not doing too well either. Cheney's back in 3rd.
Tell you, Mark Jenkins looking very, very strong. Well, both the Jenkins are right now.
Right. Look at that, both Mark and Mike with 92 points tied for 3rd. So they're helping out there in championship point standings. This is the second half of the race. It's racing to the checker flag here. Competition yellow is done. Mark Jenkins leads Mike Jenkins by about a second and a half, 2 seconds. Adrian Cheney over-rotates just a little bit, has Scott Douglas right behind him. Johnny Greaves trying to claw back for that flat tire, back in 5th.
I'm thinking Johnny Greaves has got other issues besides just that flat tire. He's definitely up to speed.
You may be right. And it's a guy we didn't see practice this morning, you said as well, right? So no time to shake down the truck.
And the 2 Jenkins brothers, the only 2 trucks out there to break the 122 into the 122 bracket. So they're the 2 fastest trucks, at least on that last lap.
So Ross Hook is going now again. We saw him come across, but something must have happened on that backside, right? Because
yeah, he's 1 lap down.
So must have lost fire somehow, or he went over the top and had a tire change that we could not see.
Now Mark Jenkins pulling away a little bit. Adrian Cheney making a run at Mike Jenkins. Oh, man, how did he stay off that wall? Adrian Cheney had that truck sideways. We're on about 60, 70 yards, pitched sideways for the corner.
I watched the line that time of Johnny Greaves back there in 5th. Took something. I mean, he set up for that right-hander that you were looking at. It looks like Cheney, we're hearing, maybe losing a tire.
Right rear.
Right rear's
Cheney's
gone.
tire's gone. No sidewall at all. That thing is shredding.
And remember, he's 2nd in points. How long can he hold out? What do we have? 2 more laps after this one? Yep.
Yeah, Cheney's got no choice but to stay out.
Don't get near that shredded tire. It's shrapnel.
Man, I wonder what that happened, because I don't remember seeing him making a whole lot of contact with anyone. But he's so aggressive, that right rear may have just like ripped it off. Douglas still struggling to try to get on Cheney. Cheney up against that berm. And Douglas right in the middle of that blue groove.
How is he going that fast with 3 tires?
Wild man.
You're all good till you turn that thing into a plow.
So that puts now Scott Douglas in that 3rd spot. Here comes Greaves now. Greaves, that truck just isn't there. It's not, I don't even know if it's 75%.
That was a nice turn, though. That's what he did before and really squared it up and over to the inside. He was able to get by Cheney. I have to think he's going to try and do it the next time around when they get the white flag on Douglas. But so far, this has been the Mark Jenkins show in this race, the Pro 4-wheel drive. Mike, his brother, back in 2nd. Scott Douglas in 3rd. Johnny Greaves in 4th. The white flag is coming out.
White flag is waving. Mark Jenkins, Mike Jenkins, Scott Douglas, Johnny Greaves. Man, Mike Jenkins is getting fast as the race goes on. He's the only driver last time around the 1:21 second mark. So,
and he finished 2nd yesterday. And I think you look at my stats thing, looking at, has he won this year? Not yet.
Yeah.
He's about to. He's about a half a lap away from being able to do that.
I wish him a happy early Father's Day yesterday after the race and hitting the podium. And he had his newborn son with him. I think this is going to be a really good one today.
Yeah, first win of the 2014 season. Oof, man, he's got that truck upset, but look at the race for
Here
third.
we go.
I thought that would be where he could do it. Now we'll see if Johnny Greaves can go to the outside again or go underneath. Just something different than the guy in front of him.
Wow, a little bit over-rotated, scrubbed up a little bit of speed in that left-hand sweeper. But here comes our leader through turn number 1. It's all Mark Jenkins. Heading down to turn number 2, Mike Jenkins right behind him. Scott Douglas backs into the corner. Holy cow! Douglas not about to give up that spot. Here comes our winner out of the final corner, down the short chute. And up across the Boss Snowplow finish line, Mark Jenkins takes the win. Second will go to Mike Jenkins. Third, Scott Douglas. Fourth, Johnny Greaves. Top 5 for Adrian Chaney running the last 2 laps and a right rear tire that's no longer in existence. Ross Hook will come around 1 lap down, and behind him will be Mark Wam.
That Max's tire just being tattered as Ross Hook and Kwame come across the finish line area there. That Max's tire, I don't know how it even stayed on the rim that long. Don't know that you really want it staying on the rim doing that long, because that thing can do a lot of damage flapping around. You see his body panel just got obliterated.
Here we go.
Oh, we have a donut at the finish? What we got here? Oh, run around with a checkered flag? Yes, sir.
You know what? I love to see this because there's not a whole lot of celebrating on the racetrack with the drivers in off-road. And to do something different, good for you, man.
Oh, a little donut action I thought there. He's just having fun. Keep her in low gear and just let her spin.
And when that guy likes to have fun, there ain't no stopping him, without a doubt. I mean,
yeah, I need to hang with him around Dallas, Texas. We'll be back with our podium presentation to hear our top 3 when we return.
If Blue Def diesel exhaust fluid stands for one thing, it's purity. In fact, the folks that make it are sort of obsessed with it. That's why Blue Def is the #1 brand of DEF in the whole country. Guys, do we have to do this right now? Yep. Manufactured here in the USA, Blue Def is available at over 25,000 retail locations. Blue Def, certified pure for your clean diesel SCR truck or car. Guys, I look like a lunch lady. Yep. So go get yourself some Blue Def at these great retailers.
Husqvarna's latest innovation is based on a simple fact. The earth is not flat. Its hills, valleys, and uneven terrain inspired Husqvarna to create a line of all-wheel drive mowers that help make easy work of any mowing challenge. The earth isn't flat, but with a Husqvarna all-wheel drive mower, it sure could feel that way. Find the all-wheel drive mower at your local Husqvarna dealer and Lowe's.
Well, it was a chilly day. It was a chilly day, but things were definitely hot out on the track, and three good races.
I've had a Bark River typical great time this weekend.
You have a lot of fans here, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Only the little kids that have raced those karts.
Yeah. So the Pro 4 had been determined. We have a victor in Mark Jenkins, and I believe our top 3 is down there with Taylor.
Jack's so excited he's asleep.
Oh, thanks, Scott. All right, I have some pretty excited guys up here to talk to, some brothers, but we're going to start with someone that I'm used to seeing up here, Scott Douglas. Scott, there weren't many cars, but what a race that was out there. This track is fast and it's technical, and you've definitely got to be on your game the entire time.
Oh, absolutely. It's super fast. Bark River's it's just a wild super speedway because it's so fast, and then there's technical stuff, and then you throw, it's like a desert situation where you throw silt all over your face. So it's fantastic. But the thing about Pro 4 is we might be the smallest class, but anybody in the class could win at any time. And I think we've showed it. We've had so many different winners this year, and it's just awesome. Congratulations to Mark and Mike here. And I can't thank AMSOIL enough for all the support they do and keeping this thing cool. All 3 of us on the podium here run AMSOIL. And my Toyo tires hooked up. Walker Evans wheels hit all these rocks and stayed straight. So it's fantastic, as well as the Borley exhaust kept it sounding sweet.
All right, we'll give it up for your third place finisher, Scott Douglas. Great job out there. Moving on over to our second place finisher, Mike Jenkins. Mike, it was almost like watching those Traxxas/RCs out there, you and your brother Mark out there battling the 2 Traxxas trucks. Of course, Johnny had some complications, but there's nothing worse than hearing that engine coming from the back. Did it put any pressure on you?
No, I really didn't look behind me at all. I just saw Mark in front of me and felt like I should be up there ahead of him. And I gave him a little room yesterday, and I thought he was going to give me some room today, but he wasn't giving me anything. But, speaking to first Cooper Tyler, they got us up here. Yesterday we had a lot of rubbing and bumping going on with one of the drivers. He ended up with a flat. Today Johnny went to the pits. He had a flat. Those guys aren't running Coopers. Cooper's given us a tire that's been very reliable, and it's been easy to work with this year. And we applaud them for coming in here and supporting TORC. They are one of the financial contributors here that helped this race happen. So hats off to Cooper. Hope you guys appreciate their support. On top of that, I got to say, I am really happy this happens on Father's Day. Jonathan, where are you guys at? I got Jonathan and Christiana here this weekend, and they're normally with their moms, but this Father's Day weekend, so Dad gets the kids. And they brought good luck to that last year. They got good luck for us this year. We're glad to have them. We'll have them back next year with us. So, Kelly, thanks for being part of this racer family, making this all happen. I love you, baby.
All right, well, what a great Father's Day finish for you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, moving on up to our winner up here, Mark Jenkins. And of course, little Jack River in Bark River. You've definitely had a successful weekend here. What do you think? It's all your new son?
Taylor, it's great to be up here. There's no greater sweetness than family as compared to victory. And to have my 4-month-old son, Jack River Jenkins, up here to celebrate this with me on his first Father's Day with me is a tremendous opportunity. And those kind of opportunities are fleeting. I'm going to embrace it as long as I possibly can. But Marley, Macy, Kenny, Lucha, thank you all for your support. Mom and Dad, of course, and not least my brother Mike. Traxxas had a 1-2-3 sweep in Pro 4, Pro 2, Pro Light today. You got to love that kind of success. And that only comes with the constant support and commitment, both financially, emotionally, and technically, as our sponsors provide. Traxxas, Gentech Water Treatment, AMSOIL, Fox Shocks, of course, Cooper Tires. You saw them rip and shred and, bust ass out there on those lap times today. So Impact Racing kept us safe and kept all 4 motoring. And it's great to be on the top of the box. Take a look at this little pumpkin right up here. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Love you, Mom.
All right, well, it's definitely a family sport. And congratulations to everyone up here, and happy Father's Day to Scott Douglas, Mike Jenkins, and the guy on top today, Mark Jenkins.
Well, Jack Rivers going, you're ripping my arms off, Dad. Come on. But yeah, he said the times are fleeting, but you only have that one first time that you can get on the podium with your son, and it's his first ever Father's Day. That's awesome. That's cool.
Things like that only happen once. You want to make it last as long as possible. But when you're young, you don't realize that. we're at a point now in our lives where we understand that and see that, and we want to make it last as long as possible. So it's so cool to see these guys up on the podium. They value their families without a doubt, and things mean so much more when they're all around you. And Scott's got Jackie, his wife, here, and the two boys, Jenkins guys, they recognize their parents and their kids. So how cool is that, man?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's awesome. It was a great race today. All 3 races were great, but let's take a look at the Pro 4 recap of just how Mark Jenkins was able to take the victory and battle his brother, Mike Jenkins.
That was a sweet door that was opened up right there. Mark Kwame got a little bit too far to the right, and it's like the gates of heaven opened for Mike Jenkins. But it didn't take long, and here comes Mark.
Yeah, but if it's going to be anybody, I'm sure he's glad it's his brother and not, say, Johnny Greaves or Scott Douglas. Douglas in there working hard in 3rd place where he would eventually finish. Johnny Greaves having some problems. You see that right front going down, and eventually he would have to pull into the pits at the halfway point.
He had to run a whole lap and a half on a right front flat tire. I wonder if some damage didn't happen to that on that lap and a half, just something besides the tire. And meanwhile, Mark Jenkins had the lead and never, ever looked back. Never, ever was challenged.
No, he didn't. And Mike knew it. He said, I felt good. I was out front. There comes my brother. And, oh, well, it's my brother. White flag was out, but you see the distance behind him. Nobody ever got any closer. Really changing track conditions today, and Mark Jenkins made the most of those. He proved that he was the fastest 4-wheel drive. His brother was 2nd, and Scott Douglas 3rd. But they deserved it as he stabs the checkered flag and little Jack River there on his shoulder. It was a good day.
Yeah, it was a great weekend. In fact, Mother Nature cooperated. She kind of threw a curveball at us once in a while here with the wind and a little bit of the temperature. But other than that, it was a great, great weekend. And we say that, but we really mean it.
We get to do it again in about a month here at Bark River. That's the original intended race at Bark River International Raceway. But also, for those of you who want to watch it on the NBC Sports Network, we will be on Sunday, July 13th at 5 p.m. Eastern. But the Big House Brawl in Crandon, Wisconsin is our next stop. And I hear that's a pretty, I think they know what they're talking about in Crandon. I think they've kind of got into this off-road thing.
Well, we both get rental cars from the airport, and we kind of land at the different times. You being from Texas, me being from California. I'm kind of thinking that maybe we might want to tag team and kind of go up together because you're going to a different part of the country.
Oh, no. As soon as I get past, I don't know, Kansas, everybody's a total different world for me. But, yeah, Crandon, Wisconsin, we fly in the same deal. It's just, another 2 hours to the left instead of 2 hours up and to the right heading into Wisconsin. But the Big House Brawl, that's our next stop, June 28th and 29th, just right down the road, a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. It's going to be kind of really cool. It's going to be cool to see your reaction of the famous Turn 1. I can't wait to see your reaction the first time you see that.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be full-on bonsai. I can't wait for it as well. But, again, you can watch this show Sunday, July 13th, 5 p.m. Eastern. Let's take a look back at what has gone down this weekend, rounds 5 and 6. Thanks for watching. Scott Rain, thank you for sitting next to me today.
It's been a blast, man. Once again, it's such a great time working with you. Taylor Snyder, she's been a great addition here again this year, doing pit reporting and giving us updates. But once again, we had a great time this weekend. Can't wait to see you in just a couple of weeks.
Next up, the Big House Brawl, June 28th and 29th. We'll see you in Crandon, Wisconsin.